Welcome back, everyone, to Dungeons and Dragons. Hello again. It has been a while since I've seen all of you because I definitely haven't been seeing you all for the past couple of weeks consistently, even though we haven't done one of these games in a couple months. This is definitely the first time I've seen you all for a very long time, and definitely have never seen you all in person because that would just be weird. I mean, why would I want to see any of you in person?
Didn't take an entire.
It's COVID. What?
Yeah,
it's
COVID.
illegal.
Woo!
That's
Woo!
not very social distance of you, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, we're social distance across the planet. 6 feet apart? Nah, man. 600 miles apart.
6,000 miles. Yeah.
Each. Straight across the globe. Cover all time zones.
I'm playing this game from Croatia right now.
Oh, wow. Is that what your VPN says?
Which brings us to our next sponsor. No.
no, we can't.
Yeah.
Don't give them free advertising. Don't give them free advertising.
No. We're gonna get. I already got copyright striked on like episode 4. So.
Did you actually?
What?
Yeah, I did.
What?
For what?
One of the like background music that I was using, I got from like a compilation or something. So they striked me for it. They didn't do a strike though, but they put ads on the video for them to get money for like the 15 seconds of it.
Oh.
So it's not a strike technically, but it's like a copyright claim from like the original artist. And I was like, okay, I guess, sure, why not?
The one ad. Your $0.00, buddy.
Yeah. I'm losing so much money. My monetization.
Oh, how am I going to pay my bills today?
I need to put my play button on the wall. Anyway, now 53 minutes.
Zero interruptions, by the way.
Zero interruptions, by the way, because we are a professional stream.
We don't stream though.
Shut up. Welcome back, everyone, to Tyranny of Dragons. It is a new day, a new dawn for 6 loathsome individuals.
Lathander.
Lathander's not one of them. Don't interrupt me, please. Thank you. Thank you, class. 6 individuals lie in oversized guest chambers upon a floating castle, slowly making its way at a small clip through the cumulus clouds westward from the tiny village of Parnast to the city of Splendors, Great Waterdeep on the Sword Coast. Upon this magnificent craft lie a few notable figures. The owners of this castle in the sky, King Blagothkus, Storm Giant, as well as his myriad of ogre cohorts, keeping the order, cleaning, doing as much, and maintaining order. Once there were a number of human and other cultists, members of the Cult of the Dragon, that rode upon this castle, but they have been evicted, to say the least. There were a number of kobold chefs that were serving the denizens of the castle, and they actually remain under the watchful eye of I believe it's a hippogriff that is watching them. They remain under the protection of the ogres and the cloud giant. However, occasionally, if one slips out in the middle of the night, they might get used as a midnight snack themselves, rather than cooking one. Additional denizens that have since left, the old master of this castle, or at least temporary master, Resmir the Black, worm speaker of the Cult of the Dragon, has been turned into literal ash, swept under a rug, which was also once alive and is now dead. The prize that she contained the Black Dragon Mask, a mysterious artifact which just barely seemed to emanate an aura of power has unfortunately slipped away from the grasp of the castle, teleported in some sort of magical chest. But her signature greatsword, Hazaron, maintains an ownership with someone on board. Additional powerful enemies, creatures, denizens of the castle have since changed ownership. The once permeable white dragon Glaziel, the Cloud Chaser, has been grounded permanently. And the vampires that once took up residence in the tower above the castle have disappeared, taking all their belongings with them, presumably in the middle of the night, to avoid a lengthy confrontation with the storm giant. Something that both parties agree would be quite too much of a mess to deal with. And of course, the Red Wizards of Thay that have stowed aboard and have seemingly become allies of the Cult of the Dragon, where are they? Well, they have escaped. For no obligatory reason. No one could have possibly made a deal to let those dangerous criminals out. They simply disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. At least this time. And so all that remains, besides the giants and their slaves, which continue to man the castle as it slowly drifts upon the winds of Faerun towards Waterdeep, are 6 humanoids, 6 small folk, which have made an interesting alliance, to say the least, with the denizens of this keep. As the morning sun rises above the clouds, a large layer of clouds covering and disguising the castle as it drifts slowly and steadily through the airs. The Bad Idea Squad arise from their separate chambers. Luckily for you, since the plentiful amount of guests have been evicted from Skyreach Castle, that means you each get your own rooms and plenty of space to live in, so it has been a comfortable couple of days for you. 4 days have passed, 4 or 5 days have passed since you have taken the castle. The sun rises on the 15th of Marpanoth, 1489. And the 6 arise to meet together, as they have made it a tradition before, in presumably somewhere in the lower chambers, to meet together for a nice early breakfast. And now, I present the Bad Idea Squad. I'm not going to say your names because we're going to pretend that you all saw those amazing introductions that you definitely all finished before this video. So, entering into the small, slightly makeshift dining hall in Skyreach Castle, we have the 6 adventurers sitting down together to eat. A nice meal has been prepared, mostly vegetables. Granted that there's not a lot of food stored here, but you do have one protein to share amongst all your places. A couple links of sausage have been presented to you all for breakfast, and some beans. And some meat. A lot of the meat is reserved for the ones who need them, which are the large folk that you have been with. But yes, Aidan, Florence, Rudy, Sigmund, Thessia, Zora. It's the 15th. It's the morning of the 15th of Marpanoth, 1489. After completing your morning tasks and rituals, you've all met together for breakfast on a day just like any other, as you slowly and uncertainly drift towards Waterdeep. Welcome back, everyone. What would you like to do?
Like to pray.
I assume you already prayed before you went to breakfast.
Oh, on the dining hall.
Mm-hmm. Real dining.
Tell you, I'm gonna eat my beans.
I would like to roll to eat beans, please.
I'm not gonna. Rolling implies you can fail, and that's.
Well, you
Is
can drop
there-
beans on your carpet.
Nat 1,
Is there
choke
like
and
a
die.
pantry?
No. Well, yes, but the kobolds prepare the meals for you.
Can I go into it anyway?
Okay. You hang on. You really got to do this to me right away.
It's important.
It better fucking be.
It's important to my character development.
Oh, I know what's happening here.
Christina!
Okay, so you enter into the kitchen from the west door. You see 18 kobolds running around the place, carrying stacks of ingredients, mixing in giant cauldrons, all under the watchful eye of the griffin, who sits roosting on the ledge as their taskmaster. What do you do?
I'm just gonna look over to the taskmaster, walk over.
The griffin?
Yeah.
You know what a griffin is, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. You walk up to the griffin. It just sits there on its perch and it just looks down at you.
Just gonna wait. I'm just gonna walk towards the pantry.
Uh-huh.
Can I go inside of it?
I mean, there's no, like, the kitchen is just run rooms, so it's not like
Oh,
you
okay.
go into a pantry. It's just all over the place. Okay, walk over to the pantry. One of the pantries.
What's in there?
What are you looking for?
I think you know what I'm looking for. Potato.
The sweet
Sack of potato.
succulent
Sweet
starch.
Look at that for that crunch of the apple sound.
You see a bag of flour, a bowl of yeast, multiple containers of assorted white powders, and at the bottom, you see a small pouch, a small bag, deflated, with some writing on it in what you presume to be Draconic.
Fuck, when you need Thessia. So there's no potatoes?
I describe what you see.
So no
Damn.
potatoes. Break skateboard.
Creates a big fight, starts hitting things.
I describe
Can
what
I
you
look
see.
inside the bag? The small deflated bag?
Uh-huh. Sure. You unravel the bag, open it up, and inside you get a whiff of rotten food, and you see a couple rotten apples, a few avocados that have turned completely black, some bananas that have also turned black, and sitting on the top of it all is a singular pear-shaped potato. It is entirely a dark brown.
I'm gonna grab it.
Uh-huh.
Can I walk over to the other little set of like pantry?
Sure, you can check another pantry, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I see any potatoes there?
Hang on.
While she's reading for potatoes, can I read a book at the breakfast table?
Yes, of course you can. What book would you like to read?
Thank you. Let me look at my large collection of books.
You go over to another cabinet, and the griffin on the ledge, who has been staring at you the entire time, squawks again. What do you do? Hello? Did you hear me? Hello?
I'm thinking.
You could say something.
Sorry.
Oh, that's what she says.
I'm just gonna like look at it and be like,
And it just gestures with its head to the door.
I'm gonna pull out a silver piece. A piece of silver.
Rudy, stop squeaking.
And mind you, this conversation between you and the griffin is happening, whilst there are more than a dozen kobolds running around cooking and stampeding around, while you are standing in the middle of the kitchen.
After some light breakfast reading, I would like to read the Holy Book of Tiamat.
Sounds perfect.
I'm just gonna be sad, and I'm just gonna walk out of the kitchen. My one,
Okay. Excellent. So, as you head back to the dining hall to join the rest of your friends, which is what I was trying to get you to do first place.
Hey, Thessia.
Yes.
Can you presentation this?
What are you? So what do I see? What do I see?
She presents to you what looks like a rotten potato.
What do you can do with this?
What do you think I'm gonna do with it?
I can't.
You shouldn't eat it.
Well, I'm not gonna eat it right now. That's what I'm asking her to do. Clean it. I found it in the trash.
You
It was from the trash.
What was on top?
Oh my god.
Rudy, we just made out with like 10,000 gold. We're not poor anymore. You don't have to eat out of the trash cans anymore.
They don't have anything like in there for me to eat.
But they have.
You could literally buy a potato farm back in Waterdeep.
I have a cousin that farms potatoes. When we get back, I can introduce you to.
Oh my god.
What are we going
Rudy
to do?
starts
once
crying and
we're
she'll
in
throw the
Waterdeep?
potato and she'll be like,
You know, finally, a good question from someone in this party. Good question, Eden. What are we gonna do once we get back to Waterdeep?
Try not to get arrested.
You know,
Yeah.
that's a great point.
What am I gonna do?
By the way, Sigmund, you feel a warmth in your left thigh from a certain thing.
Excuse me.
It's my
I need to-
hand.
Question Question for the
Because he had
DM.
like a thrombosis, but
Yes.
Whoa! The sin!
DM. Was it Thessia's hand?
You know, you wish it was.
it was.
Or it could be
Did
both.
you pee yourself?
No, but I'm about to. Excuse me. He's going to get up and leave promptly. With a half. He's going to leave a half-eaten plate of beans on the table.
Mhm.
I
And
might use
Sigmund
beans.
never leaves.
I'm gonna fight Zorrias for the beans.
Beans? Yeah, that's gay.
So Sigmund walks out of the dining hall, leaving his beans, which is something strange. He never leaves his beans. As we all know,
Very
the beans are
specifically
best.
his beans.
Beans.
Everything else he'll leave like nothing else. The beans.
Beans, he
Oh,
never
wait,
leaves
something's wrong.
beans.
Why is beans?
Like some seasoning for your beans.
Yes. All right, Sigmund, you
No.
you leave the dining hall.
You can have the beans.
What do you do?
At least to answer every question, I'll be heading to the church. And also to see. Yeah.
I think you have a problem.
you.
So, Sigmund, you exit the dining hall.
Yes.
Where are you headed?
I'm heading to the castle wall.
All right.
I'm going to jump off.
You go ahead and walk up the lower tower. You now that you've been here a while, the ogre's shown you where it is. I presume you head up to the gate tower. As you walk up, you see the three ogres that are currently on guard on that tower, looking out, scanning the clouds. One of them goes, "Oh, hey, Stabby Man,
Good morning.
you need something?"
No. I'm just going to throw this as far as I can.
Okay. Oh, you won? Wait, you don't want to throw it away?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, you know, we could, he points at the ballast mounted on the gate, you know, if you wanted to. We could really throw it.
Really? May I? Is that okay?
I mean, you know, technically we're not supposed to use it, but, come on, Stabby Man.
Hey.
You ever use one of these things? It's so fun.
Let's do it.
Alright.
Let's do it.
Hey, Jimmy! Run, sum it up.
I'm
They
gonna
set up
use
the ballast.
rope and tie it onto the ballista arrow. Is that
The bolt,
what
yeah.
it's called? Bolt? Sure.
Yeah.
Bolt.
Tie the object onto the bolt. Oh, it looks like a nice thing. Where are you gonna throw it away? It don't work no more?
Yeah. It doesn't
Alright.
work the way it's supposed to.
Alright, load! Alright, so what we're gonna do is Jimmy over here, he aims, and you're gonna shoot. All you gotta do is you crank this right here, that brings
Okay.
the string back, and then you hit this lever, and it's gonna pew! And so, Jimmy, there's like a bird over there. Hey, Jimmy, in front of the bird! Where? There, right there. Right there? No, over there. That one? Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah, that one. Forward!
I'm gonna crank.
Ready? On! Fire! And the bolt goes. And from the dining hall, you hear like almost like a door fell in the distance somewhere. Thump. For some reason. And boom! The bolt goes soaring off. And the item does not. Stays in place.
Oh.
Floats. Goes up. And it lifts itself up. I don't think you tied
Damn
it
it.
tight enough.
I'm just gonna grab and fucking chuck it again.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
Sigmund is gonna lie down and just look at the sky. He's gonna try to stare into the sun without blinking.
Oh my god.
Wow, now he's being an edgy rogue.
Edgy.
There it is.
Yeah, that's edgy.
Are you attempting to be blind? I can help you with that.
No thanks.
Damn.
I can do it myself.
Very well. Anyway, as that is going on, back at the dining hall, as you guys are finishing up your meals and fighting over Sigmund's remains.
Beans.
Beans.
For the last time, they're my beans.
You hear a very low.
While me and Rudy are
knock.
pulling back and forth, I'm only using one hand and I'm using my other hand like around the back of her head and taking like single beans.
As
Why
you all
do
are
you not
eating.
just share the bean?
Zorrias doesn't know what it means to share.
Zorrias, don't share. Joey doesn't share food.
You'll share with Florence, though.
I will.
Anyway.
She said that she was from the Holy Book of Tiamat.
You hear a loud, large knock from the, 10-foot door or whatever?
Yes.
Come in.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention there are also 2 stone giants that work for Black Elf, because forgot to mention because they're in the other room doing the thing. Anyway, the door opens and you see the imposing, large figure of the king of the castle himself walk in. Blagoskus walks forward and goes, "Ah, my small folk guests. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Our resident ruler. How do you do?
Ah, doing well. You know, I haven't broken out these calculation books for a while. Usually I just let the winds carry the castle, but I haven't had a specific destination in quite a while, so had to do a lot of, what is it that you small call it? Oh, right. Moth.
You want help?
Oh, no, I have the calculations ready. That's what I came here to tell you about. Since you helped me clear out that wretched dragon from my keep, I know I promised to take you all back to your estate, back in the small world. So I have made the calculations, and we will be arriving in your Water of Deep in approximately 24 days.
Oh,
24 days.
Well, yes, because we have to fight. You see, the east wind is coming in from the coast. Therefore, we had to push power more. And, I can keep, of course, the ghost of my wife manning the castle at a clip. However, as you can tell, we are not exactly a dragon liner or anything. This was made for mass transportation. So, yes, 24 days, but that is good time. Usually it takes 2 months to head into small folk land, so 1 month is good pace, I think, yes?
yes.
Sure, yeah.
This
yeah,
is-
yeah.
Pretty good.
Very good, very good. Well, I just wanted to say as much. You didn't have anything urgent you needed to do, did you?
I mean, it's all relative, right?
Ah, they can wait. I mean, small folk, you always live your lives so quickly and die and all that. I mean, if a couple of the people you're waiting for die on the way back, it doesn't really matter too much. Always be replaced, right?
To be fair, I'm dying at a much faster rate than most people.
That's the way to live! Anyway.
I can't fault you on that one.
Just till tomorrow.
Anyway,
Oh.
besides that, there were some, what were they called? Towns that we were passing over. There's a feature that I have on this castle. I didn't know if, perhaps if you'd all like a demonstration, I could show you all sometime, but there's quite an excellent set of magical incantations on this castle that I can't take credit for. My wife did most of them, but you know, I would love to show you all on some real targets for once, huh? And it would be quite a what is the common word? Fun. Yes, experience. So perhaps sometime tonight, if you're having trouble sleeping early, I can show you some of the joys of my estate, huh? Kaboom! I got you. Anyway, I'll be going.
Great.
Oh, by the way, has anyone stolen from the pantry lately?
Very
Why do you ask?
Yes.
I stole one rotten potato, but I tried to give them money for it.
The bird does not accept coin. It accepts food. It is a bird, and it's well trained. But rotten, you say?
Yeah.
That's fine. You probably.
It's just,
I assume you dug it out of the trash.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure because you know, some of the stockades have gone missing as of late. Some of our meat supply has gone disappearing at night. So I'm just trying to find who is responsible, so I can.
Gotcha.
exterminate
It
them
wasn't me.
permanently.
I can tell you that.
Aidan,
It's
have you
only
been
rotten food.
having midnight snacks?
Who, me?
Aidan?
Eat it.
Oh, eat it.
No, I have my own supply. Trust me.
That's fair.
Well, very good, very good. No problem then. I will keep looking around. I'm sure we'll find the perpetrator soon and be able to execute them promptly. So, please carry on with your meal. Have a good rest of your day. He walks out.
Now that's what I would find in a ruler. Worthy, of course.
days is kind of long, don't you think?
Kind of
Anyone
what?
else? Go ahead.
What was that?
Oh, I was just saying, 24 days seems kind of long, don't you think?
It is a little long.
Yeah.
We're doing
That's-
kind of urgent news to get to Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Would it be faster to get on the ground and
No.
What about your birds?
That doesn't last for very long, though.
no?
Oh.
Sigmund.
Well-
How long doth thee wallow in sorrow?
For about like 15 minutes, and he'll go back inside to finish his beans.
Very good.
Hmm.
At about the 15-minute mark, you place your thrown away object back into its storage compartment, and you get up. The ogres have gone back to their business, and he goes, "Hey, Lair? Yeah, what's up? You know the birds that we shot at? Yeah, did we get it? Is it getting bigger? Let me see. It's just your
Wait, what?
imagination. No, I think it's getting bigger. Is it getting bigger?
Sigmund is gonna put on his glasses and look for a bird real quick.
You put on your glasses and you peer. Two ogres and a human peer over the deck of a tower out into the distance, and just barely in the distance, you see a little black dot. That does seem to be moving towards the castle.
Wait, actually, I don't think I would see it because I was just looking at the sun.
You see a lot of like
You
spots
see,
in
you
your
see
eyes.
a black dot, and then you see a giant blue circle in the top right of your vision.
A bird, you say?
That is a bird. You think maybe it's a dragon? Nah, dragons are faster than that. Or maybe it's a slow dragon. Or maybe it's a dumb dragon like you. Hey, I'm not a dragon. No, you're not. You're stupid.
Sigmund is losing brain cells listening to this, so he's gonna head back downstairs.
You head back downstairs, and you miss black off completely. You walk back into your into the dining hall, and you see that there's not a chaotic mess in the dining hall with your compatriots, but just what seems to be conversation between them, and also an empty plate where yours once was.
Are you fucking kidding me? Who ate my beans?
I'm gonna point at Zorrias.
Having fun already.
You both owe me beans, and I know how much was on that plate.
Rudy
How
will
many
get
beans
up and
is
go
on
get
that
the rotten potato that she threw.
At least 6.
312 beans.
Account.
I counted.
I'll go get the potato, really.
Get that off the table.
It kind of smells.
I'm trying to repay him, okay?
He wants beans in return. He doesn't want
This
rotten
could
potatoes.
be beans.
No.
It is imagination.
That's not beans. That's a potato.
Imagination.
You know,
Look, when I lived off the land, you had to make do. I stopped complaining.
okay, but when you live off the land, you also try to not poison yourself. That seems like a good way to get botulism.
You know, it's just an extra little spice. That's flavor.
You know, I think we all have had our fair share, except for maybe Sigmund, of living off the land. I think Rudy's probably the worst at it.
At least from the green
Excuse
field.
me.
Because Rudy will just eat dirt.
I had to live off of people's trash until they let me into their town. Okay? Listen. I'm built different. My immune system
You know,
is built different.
you do have a point. I have never seen you sick. Seems like
Rudy,
you're immune
did
to
you
disease.
never ask Thessia for lessons on how to survive?
Why do I need to ask her? I'm
I don't know, I spent like what,
strong.
a decade.
I can do anything. What does Thessia know? Look at her. She's a little teapot. Woohoo!
And then as that insult hits her ears, she stands up and goes, "Well, thank you for the pleasure of your company this morning," and I promptly leave.
Oh.
We're just gonna run after Thessia like, Thessia, I'm sorry.
You's a bitch.
I'm gonna immediately use Thorn Whip, like non-aggressively, and just like push her back 10 feet.
It can only pull.
Oh wait, yeah.
It can only pull.
Aw, she pulls me
I'll
towards
pull
her.
you back 10 feet.
Oh, wait, ooh, I turn into a little mouse and I scurry away.
Oh.
No, I don't wild shape.
Not gonna waste the wild shape on that.
No. Yeah, no, but I walk away and because I want to have a moment to myself.
Well, classically, as the Bad Idea Squad engages in yet another episode of inter-party conflict and arguments, something happens before as Thessia and Rudy are having a little mini argument amongst themselves, and it takes you all a slight moment to notice. Probably the most attentive would be, I'm just gonna pick at random here, whoever I see first, Sigmund, since you're facing towards that way, towards the wall, is noticing something unusual. Perched up on the windowsill of the dining hall, a single raven. Makes no noise, doesn't caw, but instead just stands there. And you see, attached to its foot, what appears, or actually not attached to its foot, but wrapped in its claws, lengthwise. So it appears to be some sort of scroll with, and on the scroll there is a little piece of parchment that is wrapped on top of it. The raven just sits there on the windowsill, almost very patiently. It just looks at all of you and seems to nod its head, almost as though very politely acknowledging you.
Sigmund will approach the raven.
The raven looks at you up and down.
It hasn't ran away or anything, right?
Nope, it just stands there very silently and flaps its arms a little bit and nods its head. And then turns its head around,
Is that
tilts its head. And it looks, and then it looks, and its head stops. And it fixes its gaze on one particular individual in the room. That being Zorro.
Sigmund, who's your friend there, huh?
I think it's your friend, actually.
Or is
Not really
it?
paying
Just
much
get out of the
attention.
cage, did it?
Oh. Didn't we free that to the wilds?
Did we?
I believe you did, yeah.
No.
Maybe it's back.
Or no, did you give him to someone?
Yeah, we gave it
Oh,
Oh
to.
yeah, you gave it to
Yeah.
Talus. You gave it to Talus.
Yeah, I thought it was that raven. I was like, cracker.
Tells you where
Maybe it's a relative to Klopp. I'm gonna walk up to it.
Zorro, did you change your mailing address?
No, but I have a feeling like I know what this is.
As you approach it, Zorro, the raven just does a little hop, and hops onto the dinner table.
I'm just gonna hold out my hand.
It just drops the scroll in your hands, then walks away from it, still standing on your hands, and then looks up at you expectantly.
All right, I'm gonna open it.
As you go to reach for it, it doesn't peck your hand, but it just like touches its beak at your hand for a second.
Hungry.
Oh. I'm gonna do what I normally do. I'm just gonna hand it a gold coin.
You hand it a gold coin. It tink, takes it in its mouth and then flies out the window.
Oh, I thought it was gonna like try to swallow it and go.
Like a seagull that ate something that it shouldn't have. I'm gonna
Well.
open it up.
As you
Open.
I'm gonna be real secretive about it. Though. I'm gonna hold it.
What's
close to my chest.
Can I see? Can I see?
as you open up the scroll, also I misspoke, it is just the scroll. As you open up the scroll, make an Arcana check.
Shit.
I mean, you should
Oh,
have
okay.
been
First roll of the new book. 16.
16.
Ooh.
Just barely, not enough.
Shit.
You look at it and you recognize it to be a set of magical instructions to something. You make out something about transport far silver dollar sign. No, wait, no. Dragon fireball? No. And as you unroll it, the flying back through the window with the gold coin inexplicably gone, stands the raven. As you're looking at it, it opens its maw and says in a familiar voice, a voice that you very well recognize, Zorro. Leosin Erlanther sends his heartiest congratulations. Please use this gift. Please use the gift this bird brings to me to meet me in Waterdeep as soon as possible. I know you can't read it, tell one of your friends to use it that can do magic.
Fuck you, Lantern.
I can magic.
Oh, and if he says something rude, say, you shouldn't talk to your master that way.
One thing. Is this the mysterious employer I've been hearing so much about?
Yeah, and if you're lucky and Waterdeep isn't, in the ground by the time that we get there, you might get to meet him. Bird, go ahead and I don't know if you do responses, but tell them to go fuck themselves, and also we'll be there in like a while.
Tell him you love him.
Don't say that.
Tell him to go fuck fuck himself, and we'll be there in a while.
Why not
Yeah.
these?
And then I give it another gold.
You give it a
If
gold.
I-
It puts it down for a second. It jumps up on the table. It looks. It eats a bean. Takes the gold and flies up the window.
I mean,
I told you.
Well, maybe we can send the response a little faster if I read it first.
oh, here you go.
Thanks.
All right. You can go ahead and give me an Arcana check, Florence. Actually, you would get advantage on these because you have the background for it.
Nice. Alright, that is going to be artificial 20.
Artificial 20. Very nice.
Well,
You have seen these things before. This is, of course, a spell scroll, one that you have studied extensively in 2 different classes in 2 different universities, because you didn't get to finish one and you had to retake it. But this is a spell scroll. Specifically, this is a spell that you yourself are very able to cast without any issue. This is a scroll of teleport, and coded onto the top is a sigil sequence for what you assume to be somewhere in Waterdeep. Though you're not entirely sure, sigil sequences are basically hex code. But yeah.
I think it's funnier that if we use this to teleport to Waterdeep, and then weeks later he gets this raven back.
Yeah, we'll be there in a little while.
What do you? But they just. But it.
Towards your master.
And it just tells him, go fuck yourself.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a teleport scroll. It allows us to teleport to the destination with the sigil code that's written on the scroll.
Oh, also with the 20, you know this is one-time use, so if you fuck it up, it's dead.
It's a one-time only, so we only get one shot. But I've learned about these before, and I am able to cast this spell.
That's super dope. Yeah, let's just teleport the whole castle over there.
It's only a limited number of people.
Oh.
dig an alley.
Think the teleportation circle that we went through at Castle Neritar. A limited space.
Can I take any
The
cobbles?
5 of you and Black Octus.
Yeah, what if we just walk up and be like, hey, you want to see something cool?
Like half of a
Do
ballista.
you want to get put on a wanted list? On the quickest.
Yeah, can we yoink a ballista with us?
Remember we dropped one.
Yeah, we gotta recuperate our losses.
Yeah.
There's just some random peasant out there that's just like, why is there a ballista in front of my home?
I can just imagine like an old veteran just waking up one morning in the new house that he just finished building, opens up his window and sees a ballista broken outside his field and going, The orcs, they're back!
They're back!
Either that or like it fell on some like borderlands and it's already started a war.
Oh no.
Oh, fantastic.
No, you can't take a ballista.
Damn it.
What if I polymorph into the ape again and I hold it?
Why? And also then you wouldn't fit and then we would leave you behind here.
No. Hear her out.
No, wait, he's got a point.
They're out of line, but they're right.
Okay, well, if we have a teleportation scroll, I feel like the information that we have is, and obviously the purpose of this was to get us back fast, or we can save it. We can just hoard it and use it later.
We can have vacation.
I'd really like to be in Waterdeep now.
All right, fair enough.
I would like to eat some of those sugar cakes again.
Yeah, and I have some bacon.
All right.
I just need 2 hours.
What do you need 2 hours for?
Sigmund's gonna approach the kobolds. For the next 2 hours, I will be hosting interviews for the position of House Gost servant.
So you walk into the kitchen. The kobolds are running around, prepping the meals, and you say this. The griffin comes off its ledge, steps in front of you, and just moves you with its feet. Grabs the door handle.
I think it wants to be the servant.
Ah!
Sigmund's gonna pull up a chair. So tell me about your work experience.
So question to the DM.
Yeah.
Is this scroll the 7th level teleport or is it teleportation circle?
7th level teleport.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's yeah. So it's you can only transport 8 creatures. And it must be able to fit in like a 10-foot cube. So a creature that is larger than that is a no.
Wait, I want to see how large an ape is.
You were huge, so it's bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger than a 10-foot cube.
You're 15 by 15.
I'll just take up the entire space and be like, see guys.
Sure, I
I'm
don't
pretty
need
sure that's
that.
how you lose an arm or a testicle.
Yes. or you lose your feet.
Ooh.
Which ones do you not care about? You lose this juicy ass.
Dumpy.
You just get negative ass.
Concave ass.
Alternatively, become an artificer and get multi-class just so you can get a mechanical dumpy.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The
Wow.
iron butt.
Okay, but why did you choose this for your Star Wars character? Prosthetic.
They're never
Guys, I
expecting what comes
sell
out of that.
Guys, what if I make it and I'd be like, maybe I can sell it.
I'm sorry, Vincent. I cannot.
It's okay. It's fine.
Wait, how did we get here?
It's been
I
months.
don't know.
Trying to curb them
I
from
don't
bringing stupid shit on teleportation, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not helping.
Anyway. By the way, I assume as you're all leaving, the dining hall door open. Sigmund goes to interview the griffin, who does not fully understand what he's saying. So, what's your work experience? You do hear from the top ropes of the upper quarters of the castle what sounds like a commotion, and then suddenly you see an ogre just fall down, and then coming off the upper chambers of the castle, flying down, because he can do that, is Blagothkus. Landing on the lower quarters again. Dusting off his hands. And let that be a lesson to all of you. Don't take from the pantry. Without permission. Alright?
Are you gonna throw me off?
Oh, no, you're fine. You took from the trash. It helps me out, I suppose. Don't need to assign someone to take out the trash if you're just gonna eat everything, despite being rotten.
You know, this is good. I'm like your, what is it called again? The farmer? I'll just eat everything like a worm. All your trash.
Oh, well,
A
pig!
decomposer, you mean? like worms and funguses?
Well, you know, like a decomposer. I'm like,
You're an you're an omnivore.
with the trash.
believe the word you're looking for is compost pile. We have them
Yeah.
in my homeland.
Right, but she can't eat the compost and survive.
You
I'm
can
built
eat
different.
the compost and survive.
And she can.
Tieflings have infernal constitution.
Okay, but nutritionally, you're not getting anything from that.
Oh, no, you can't survive off
There's
compost
the
pile.
answer. Okay, I'm glad to hear it.
Anyway, if that was it, I'm gonna go back to steering the castle.
Yes, thank you.
Alright, none of you need anything from me, do you?
No, that was quite a
Yes.
show.
There is one matter to discuss.
Yes, what is it?
We will be taking a leave of absence.
We'll be taking our departure early.
Oh! Is that so?
Yes, we have a magical means of disembarking. So if you have somewhere else to be and don't wish to sail all the way to Waterdeep, that's all right.
Well, I suppose that I could proceed back to the spine of the world early and regather with my troops and cohorts there. Are you sure? I know magic is quite expenditure, so you're all right with the.
We'll see how our first attempt goes. We might be sticking around. So if you don't see us tonight, though, I would say it is safe to proceed without us then.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I wish you all the best of luck then. I must thank you for the actions that you have taken to help me rid that little pest in my basement.
Yes, the little one.
Thank you. It was our
Of
pleasure.
course.
Yes.
And thank you for your generous hospitality. Sigmund offers a bow.
Well, it is good that you pay respect to me, after all. Otherwise, I would have to, incinerate you and all. But,
Also, if I could secure a private audience, it should be very short. Just a bit later in the day. That would be very convenient.
would you like to speak now?
Yes, if possible. Just allow me to have a few words with my party members, if I can.
Yeah, very well. Certainly, I can wait for a little bit.
What's that?
I'm going to pay my goodbyes and check with some plans, of course. When are we planning on making the teleportation circle?
I would say around lunchtime, since Sigmund's apparently got something that's gonna occupy him for 2 hours.
Oh no, that's over. She doesn't qualify.
Oh, okay.
I shall make this quick then.
Oh, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, very well. And he just picks you up in his hand,
What?
and then just lifts up off the
Eden's
ground.
just sort of like,
Because fly's still active, so he just
oh my
flies off the
god.
ground. And you can see that underneath, he sort of like rotates his large hammer a little bit, and you can see that the propellant force is like some storm clouds that are sort of underneath him. That he almost walks through the air as he's flying.
thought he was like 4, like.
No, he doesn't do it that fast. He's using it kind of like a wand or a propeller, not like a helicopter. Well, so you can't get much privacy. Oh, sorry, I'll let you walk a little freely. Can't get much better privacy than the great outdoors, huh? He says as you are free of restraints and about 10,000 feet into the air. Anyway.
This is about average stakes for Sisava, yeah.
Anyway, what was it that you wanted to discuss? Let's take a trip over here. Let's duck under the clouds a little bit and have some fun before you all go, huh? What was it that you wanted to discuss, little one?
Well, it has to do with future, gambit, plan, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. In the future, one might say that there would be a group of similar individuals to me, and I was wondering if, under the great protection of such a powerful individual such as the Giant Clan, we would be able to find sanctuary for a little bit.
Well, I will be honest with you. I cannot guarantee anything, such as the form of contract or anything. After all, whims of my people are turbulent, and it is not often that we court with small folk in the first place. However, you have proven yourself to be useful, so to speak, so long as you are willing to do more errands, shall we say, then I don't suppose why we couldn't leave our communications a little bit more open than, say, some other individuals.
Yes.
I don't
A
know.
working relationship is all I'm asking for.
Certainly. I have not minded the company of all of you as much as I thought. To be fair, however, you make less of a fuss than the other small folk that I have been having to deal with, so it is a nice change of pace, I think. But yes, I will leave my envoys open to you for the time being, though don't expect that to be a promise of any sort of commitment, you understand.
Or politics are finicky.
Although, I must say, you in particular have been a very entertaining individual these past few days. I'm glad to have met your acquaintance. It's not often you find someone so, how shall I say, predatory amongst your people. It's refreshing.
Yeah.
Always in the mind of greed and power and all the like, but I appreciate that you have a more naturalistic sense of things.
Of course, I appreciate your mission. I find it to be quite enchanting.
Ooh, hold on for a second. You see that right there? Right over there. You see that little dot?
Right on the horizon line.
Yes, it looks like... Oh, it looks like a small folk hamlet, doesn't it? One of those miniature folk. What are they called? Halfmen?
Halfling.
Halflings, yes. And look, it's all alone on its lonesome. None are protecting it. Where are the village guards? Where are the battlements or forts? They're all... It's just one settlement. I don't see anything else for miles. Quite unfortunate circumstances, don't you think?
Yes.
You know, it's a very dangerous way to live. Out, away from others of your kin, don't you think? Accidents
It is how one must prove themselves, unfortunately.
Yes, but without the support of others, especially with you smaller folk, accidents can truly make things difficult, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think
It-
perhaps the halfmen here need a little lesson in community values, don't you?
Well, lessons help future generations learn. It would be only fair for you to educate them.
Of course. And he waves his hammer around slowly. And you can see, as you drop below the cloud layer, small black cloud start to roll across the sky, following his craft. It slowly waves its way forward and comes over this small little ranch house homestead, all alone and abandoned, surrounded by nothing but farmlands out in the middle of nowhere. Thunder rumbles from the cloud as the cloud giant looks at it, looks down, and sort of lazily points its hammer from the cloud to the homestead. And crack! Spark of lightning, and then a loud boom of thunder. As the top half of the homestead explodes, shrapnel and phlegm. Phlegm? No. What the hell? Thatch. Shit. Shrapnel of wood and thatch explodes, and rain starts to pour and cave in the insides of the roof as fire starts to light from the inside, and you can see the flames rise, and you can see the little pitter-patter of people waking up to the carnage and running around and trying their best to put out the destruction that has just been caused. And the king looks, nods, and smiles and say, "How unfortunate." He raises you back up above the cloud layer, comes back to Skyridge Castle, and sets you down on the lower level. Says, "Well, if your spell succeeds, then I wish you all fair tidings, and perhaps I will see you again on the battlefield."
It would be a pleasure.
Take care, and if you steal anything, I will raise your Waterdeep to the ground. He flies away. All right. And the Bad Idea Squad's back together. Anything else anybody want to do before you try for this teleportation?
Deal.
What?
Nothing. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you do
Nope, I'm
feel
good.
you feel almost like a vibration in on your thigh, Sigmund.
It's my hand going, ooh.
No, it's not. Excuse me, I have to take this.
Do you actually walk away?
Yeah.
It appears and comes
What?
up towards you. Why do we hide?
Do you even know what you are?
Of course, I'm aware.
Well, whatever you think you are, scrap that. You're a burden. Nobody wants you.
Oh.
But you have chosen me.
No. I mean, a while ago, yeah, but I don't anymore. Can I undo? Undo.
No. I am formed because of you. I take my shape as a means of projection of the Master.
Sigmund's gonna punch the dagger and just walk back, I guess. Put it back in its holster.
If you feel it move again as you walk back, what will you do?
I'm gonna punch my thigh where I keep it.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's gonna hurt. But,
Okay.
it's
Can you make a strength check for me?
Do I have to?
Yeah.
Oh, 3. Wait, plus 1, 4.
Unfortunately, it has rolled higher. So you walk back to your group, and you feel it kind of squirm in your holster in your pocket. Punch it, and you just feel it. Like as you punch it, you can feel it start to slip, and you go to grab it, but it slides and comes out and hovers in front of the group. And the Bad Idea Squad sees the little problem that Sigmund has been trying to deal with. A familiar-looking black dagger floating in the center of the group, looking at all of you and presenting itself. Now we cannot hide. Information must be shared. Oh, Frank, you're muted.
Why does the dagger have interpersonal communication skills?
You said that. It's like we have a working relationship. We don't. It's a piece of shit dagger.
Sigmund.
I'm working on it.
What the fuck is that?
It's nothing. And Sigmund grabs it and fucking throws it as far as he can.
It just like it tries to touch you. Anyway, I'm sorry, Master, but it is important to share information.
What the
With
fuck
your
are
allies.
you?
Wait, so you can't get rid of it?
I mean,
I
I
don't-
guess not. I mean, I was rid of it for like a day.
Technically, you were never rid of me.
Shut up.
But
That is your other self. You would not.
Others-
You
What?
all would not like to know what the alternative Sigmund had done to you.
There is no alternative Sigmund. There's one.
Sigmund, speaking from personal experience, it is much better to embrace your other self, as they do not have a habit of leaving.
I
The
like
times you've
that
died is catching
idea.
up to you, buddy.
I like that idea, Eden, but I think in my case, I think it's a good no.
I mean,
Good, Sigmund.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Good.
Nobody says you have to use it, though, I guess.
Sigmund's gonna pull out a dagger and try to throw it at the dagger.
Okay, make roll to attack.
All right.
As you say, try to use it. You hear a murmur from Rudy's bag, as you hear a muffled voice say, "I would appreciate it if someone would use me."
Oh, God.
Oh,
I forgot. Now we have two of them. Oh.
wait, what? Oh, is
Right.
that?
We have another
that's-
talking weapon.
Yeah.
remember?
Rudy,
I'm
if you
gonna
could
take-
please allow
wrapped
your
in the
sword to
rug.
speak on its behalf.
I will. I'm gonna grab it and just be like, would you like to say that again? I'm sorry.
I would appreciate if someone were to use me.
Oh, yes. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you know anything about that? I'm just gonna point to the dagger.
I have no knowledge. I am a sword.
Can you communicate with it?
I believe so. Am I speaking to it in the current medium?
Yes.
I mean, we're all talking to it, so I
Yeah.
think so.
Yes, we may speak. This is true. Then yes, I can speak with it. What is your purpose, Great One? I have no purpose but to kill. Ah, we are similar.
Great.
Yes, but one is a little bit worse. So,
Wait, what?
you know, your dagger is a little bit worse than this one.
Rudy,
Like,
are you
worse
holding
how?
the sword out with your hands?
Yeah,
Like, how are you holding it?
just kind of like holding it like that, as if so it's a little diagonal. So like the front's the sword's like right there.
I'll walk up to the sword and just sort of take out her hand, brandish the sword a little bit, and say, "Don't worry, I will feed you if she does not."
I appreciate this gesture. I wish to be used.
Am I the only one that has to use it? Like,
No, you are just the currently attuned wielder. But
okay.
any may be attuned. After all, you did slay my last wielder.
Yes.
Anyone want this? And Sigmund's gonna try to grab the dagger.
Oh, no. Don't
By
touch
the
it.
way,
2 copper.
I just heard Zoro's back.
Maybe. Let's hope.
Maybe.
Fingers crossed.
Zoro comes back from taking a piss, and walks back to the group talking. Rudy has gotten the black greatsword from Resmir out, talking to it, and floating in the middle of the group is Sigmund's old black dagger, which is apparently back.
You son of a bitch.
No.
That's what I
do not want
said.
this. I want this thing here as much as you want this thing here.
I don't want it at all.
I don't want it at all, either.
Oh.
Sigmund takes a deep sigh of relief since he knows Zoro's not going to punch him anymore.
I'm gonna.
Can't you
punch
just
Sigmund.
dismiss it? Like, just dismiss it.
Yeah,
Do
but,
something. Give it a command.
go home.
Unfortunately, you cannot be rid of me, for you have lost your abilities of the arcane in this timeline.
Then why do you come back?
I came with you.
No, I meant why do you do this? And Sigmund grabs it and throws it.
Woofed. Because that is one of my magical properties. It is one that you gave me, is it not?
What?
My image is crafted to be of exceptional use for my master. You are my master, Sigmund.
All right.
Gost.
Here's
Are you
the big question. Do you still serve the Shadow King?
I am of course an artifact created by Lorelok the Shadow King in order to serve his servants, that being you.
I'm not his servant. That contract has been erased.
But you
Does
are
not
still
exist.
my master, and I am here. For the part of you that once served him still remains with you. Should you not explain to your companions their full information, so that they may assist you in this predicament?
What?
What?
I
guys
traveled
want
with
it?
you here from the other plane. Do you not remember?
What other
What?
plane?
You remember it, do you not? Or did you dismiss it already as merely a dream? For that entity is a dealer of dreams.
So you
What?
came from my dream.
No, I came from a reality different from your own.
In the context of a dream.
Dreams are real if we make it so. No? Yes, Rudy?
Question to the DM.
Yes.
Since Rudy was kind of like a part of that, does
You
Rudy
don't know.
have an... Okay, great. Just making sure.
Great.
Thank
It's
God.
it's only Sigmund.
Great.
Because remember, and this is for all of you, Sigmund got out.
That's true.
The rest of you didn't, right?
Well, I mean, I wasn't Florence.
I
Well,
wasn't there.
not as these characters.
Right.
So just to be clear,
Mhm.
you being here does not imply any sort of connection to the Shadow King.
Would
For
you
me.
like me to contact him?
No, No, shut up.
Calling
It's like when
Shadow
you-
King.
Just see
No.
caller ID on the fucking
Oh,
No,
1666.
no, no.
When you're
Reject-
talking to
reject-
Siri or Alexa, it's just like, calling. No!
No.
I retain my connection to my creator, though you retain my master.
Can you just give it like an unbeatable just like command? Like, can you just command it to go to the center of Toril?
go to the center of Toril.
Unfortunately, you do not have the skills required in order to make me follow your word-by-word commands.
Then what
That-
the fuck are you good for?
That would require your spellcraft, which you, in this timeline, have lost.
Can you?
Did
can
Dagger
you
just say timeline?
Indeed.
Plane? An existence outside our own?
Yeah, apparently I'm an interdimensional dreamer. Kinda neat.
Shut the fuck up.
You
Incorrect.
gotta
You
stop
were
doing
simply
some substance before you go to bed.
incorrect. It was simply a version of you from a different plane, which was kidnapped by the Dream Eater.
Wait, a who?
What?
Florence, are you writing this down?
You know, I haven't fully accepted that any of this is reality, so I'm not sure if it's worth my ink.
That's fair.
It is all right. The Dream Eater is not a matter for your reality.
Sweet.
Hey. Then I'm not writing it down, sorry.
Can you still cast spells?
If you are to become more skilled with me and refill my blood storage, as
What's
was
your blood storage?
Oh,
What's it at?
oh.
current total, and everything.
The light's on.
How
Given
many
that I-
bars?
Given that I have transported through planar dimensions, and that you had to be killed in order to retain your presence here.
I was
Unfortunately,
killed?
yes. Do you not remember the
You got
agonizing
killed
pain?
again?
How many times?
Sigmund!
How many
Fine.
times?
Fuck.
Do you not remember? The
Question
man
for
from
the DM.
the man from the future. Yes.
Am I even more gray matter now? Or dark matter?
No.
what's it called?
Your shadow stuff? No, you're not.
Shadow stuff.
You feel the same. You had the weird dream, but you feel the same. But the dagger goes, do you not remember? The assassin from the future gave his life freedom and existence in order to free you from the Dream Eater. That is why you are here.
Okay.
This sounds like a really like fucking complicated book that I'm hearing the story of, but like don't know the plot of it. A future assassin.
The Dream Eater?
It is not a matter for this timeline. However, if you wish to explain it to the master,
Timeline?
you may.
Chamber.
Currently, my blood storage is at 0. I will need more kills in order to regain my full capacity. However,
Hey-
I have retained my capacity from the previous reality, the one where you crafted me to do what you needed.
Okay. How about this? I have a great idea. Right. What if we just put the knife in a metal box?
Just didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, just left it there.
Box.
I
But
have
actually, I'm not gonna
Jarmor's.
put it in that box. Never mind. That's dangerous.
Just put it in a box, and then you
Oh.
know, if you ever figure out the fireplace level to your place, you can just lock it in
Maybe
there
just
with all
put
the
it in
other
there.
bullshit.
Yeah, if we can find it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll find it at some point.
I mean, you say that.
Probably by accident.
Two generations of Gosts have yet to find it.
But if
But I
you
would
do not
like to,
utilize
in the
me,
past.
you will never be able to unlock the potentials of my abilities.
We don't care.
Good.
Oh, ooh.
Sigmund,
Thank
do
What
you,
God.
do I
Sigmund,
call
do
you?
What was that?
What do I call you?
You may call me whatever you'd like, Master.
Okay, Shadow Dagger.
Do you not remember the myriad of abilities that you had granted?
I remember two. It's that you come back. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't remember that. And you have what's it called? Identify.
And I have more spells that can be of great use to you. Should you refill my blood storage?
Okay.
Does it have to be blood?
I consume the life energy of living creatures in order
Always-
to cast my spells.
It's always blood with things that are evil.
Sigmund.
It is because I am filled with necrotic energy.
I hate this thing.
Yeah.
Sigmund,
Yes.
if you would like, I can add your dagger to the growing list of weapons I can weapon seat for. Eden turns towards the dagger. You aren't going to try and take over my mind like the others, are you?
No, however, I cannot be used by any but the master.
She are not attuned to it like Sigmund is.
Well, just me and the great sword then.
Wait,
Alright.
I'm sorry. I've been ignoring the great sword here. You're using that sword?
She might feed it, apparently.
I wish to be used.
I was gonna wait until we got back to Waterdeep so I could go to the church and then maybe pray and see if like people were okay with me using it. But if not, then I'm gonna just let someone else use it.
Let me just save you the hassle and say no.
No.
Okay.
Not gonna be okay with it. In fact, you could probably give it to the church and they'll destroy it.
Oh,
Or lock it away.
that
Yeah.
would be a cool artifact for them, and then like
Yeah,
I would
let's
not
just
you know,
hope that.
the sword could give like inspirational speeches, like
well-
like a museum.
I do not wish to give speeches. I wish to kill.
But
Same.
probably just
Is
melt
it not
down
cruel to
or
lock an animal
lock
up?
it away.
What was that?
Is it not cruel to lock one that belongs to the wilds in the confines of a building?
You might
Well,
be
it's already
right.
locked in the confines of a sword, so.
I
Oh,
wish
yeah.
to be used.
We'll find you somebody. Alright, don't worry. For
Oh,
now,
oh.
we'll just feed you.
Eden,
Uh,
there's a thing in civilization called prisons, right? That's where you lock bad people up for doing bad things, and they
we
sit
don't-
there and think about what they've done. And theoretically, at the end of their sentence, they should become a better person. 90% of the time, it doesn't happen like that, and the 2 days that I was in a jail cell didn't change me at all. But
Question.
I cannot
That's
think
a low
I
number
am a
for you.
sword.
Prison did not work for you. Why do you think it works for others?
well,
Because an object like that can't break out, so then we keep other
Ex-
people from using it.
exactly. It's to
So-
stop people from using it because it has dark desires that kill people.
Prisons
Well, doesn't
are
every sword
good
have-
when they can't be broken out of?
What was that?
Prisons are useful when they can't be broken out of?
When they cannot be broken out of.
When they cannot be broken out of, yes.
What is pardon, this is a bit difficult for me. What confines as bad things?
That's a big topic that I don't know if we can fully cover in a 3-hour episode.
Well,
In the beginning of
maybe
time.
another time. Regardless, I think that we should find a rightful owner to the sword that works for good.
I'm gonna tell you right
Or-
now that it's not
You're
gonna
not gonna
work for
find
good,
one.
right?
No.
This is an object that has a purpose that will do nothing but to serve its purpose, and it
Yes.
will keep doing that until if its current master is not good enough for it, it will find one that is.
Right.
So all it takes is for you to give this sword to the church, and then a paladin that thinks he's hot shit, that thinks he's good at what he does, gets the sword, thinks, yeah, I can vanquish evil foes, goes out there, goes into a dungeon, gets himself killed, and then this new Lich Lord has the sword now.
Got a point. Ooh.
Maybe we just hold on to it.
We
for
could
time.
give it to Thora.
What?
You know,
I
out
want
of all the
my
people you could have
birthday
said,
present.
that's probably not a
He
horrible.
gonna wield it?
Well, he can, make it nice and shiny, really treat it, give it a spa treatment,
I
So
thought
when it comes down to it,
fight
he can use them.
This thing wants blood, and I thought Thorak doesn't fight anymore.
Yeah,
Well-
Thorek works for House Gost now.
I mean,
I'm sorry, did you write up a contract for Thorok?
I did actually. He's the blacksmith for House Gost.
Oh wow.
well, he said he would help us.
I mean,
Thor?
the problem that we have with items like this is that they shouldn't be kept around because the longer that they stay around, the more dangerous they get because they have an infinite amount of time to sway someone to do something.
To
Right.
use them. And or manage to slip out of your hands and into the hands of someone else who will use them.
Exactly.
Right.
But because we could literally hold on to this sword for our entire lives and never use it, but as soon as we of old age or what have you, and then it's no longer a problem. But the fact is that someone else will get their hands on it and use it, and then cause a calamitous event.
Yeah. Well, first we'll take it to church, see if they can get it destroyed.
See if the church can destroy it. I'm sure there's somebody there that'll know what to do with something like this.
Yeah.
I'm sure a big church like Waterdeep, this isn't the first time that they've gotten a cursed blade that wants
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
but want and destruction.
Yeah. Alright. Sounds good.
And we can do that with your dagger, Sigmund.
And then we don't have random inanimate objects talking to us about wanting blood. And then
That's my favorite part.
I don't know if we can really bring Sigmund in there, because he's been
I just
kind of
don't
like...
appreciate the study disruption.
Oh.
My apologies.
Do you have a mute function?
No.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna put you back in my bag now.
Very well.
Rolled back up in the rug.
I could not contest even if I wished to. Because I am a
Suddenly I'm really glad that we stole the rug.
I told you it'd come in use!
The rug
I said, I'm really glad. I said, I'm really glad, but I still wish we didn't steal it.
Do you think there's a rug here that we can steal as we teleport out?
Zoro, I will leave you in the castle.
I think it might be too big.
I have the
Giant
teleport
size.
scroll now.
Oh, fine.
I can't carry it. I can't carry 2 rugs. Alright.
Very
I'm
well,
only
Master.
doing your dirty work.
Very well, Master. This conversation was satisfactory. Please discuss your dreams of the alternate reality with your companion members when you have the time. And it just flies back into the holster and holsters itself.
You know, the whole thing with these weapons that I hate the most is that it sounds exactly like an icebreaker when you're starting your first semester at a university and
You had to go through a lot of those, didn't you?
at least 3.
I'm about to get through it all over.
Alright.
Alright. Now that has been done, anything else anybody would like to do while you're still in the castle?
I think no, we'll
A
be
last
okay.
chance to steal something.
No!
What petty thievery can we get now?
Wanton destruction. Wanton destruction.
Eden, you had a flight with Blagoth Coast. Do you really want to steal with them?
Oh, right. Eden pipes up saying, I would not advise stealing anything.
What if it's super small?
The time I was up there, we leveled the halfling settlement.
You fucking what?
It surprisingly took a lot shorter than you'd think. It was almost, how does Rudy put it, biblical.
Um, I'm sorry. I must have misheard. You didn't kill a whole settlement of people, did you?
No, that would be quite uninspired. No, we gave them a lesson on community values.
What mean?
What?
What does that
What?
mean?
Means that one should not turn their back on a pariah in their village. Lest the rogue lightning storm come and show you exactly what you're missing out on.
I hope you know that you just started the backstory to someone's tragic event. And they're gonna become a hero
One
at
of us
some
one
time
day.
and kill us.
Isn't that what we've been doing?
No.
Oh god,
You
are you guys
know-
just background characters to Jack and the Beanstalk?
Wow!
Maybe this is all just Dimitri's adventure, and we're just side characters.
We're just living in Dimitri's world.
I want you all to know that my next character is going to be a halfling from that village.
And
Go
that
for it.
lightning storm destroyed my town.
Go for it.
That's why I became a storm barbarian. Because it was fucking rad.
It was fucking rad.
Brilliant.
Anyway.
Sick.
Absolutely brilliant. Anything else?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no,
Ah,
Eden was
okay.
just amending her statement. No.
Before we get too far down into the moral values of this group and how it's tainted to all, to all hell. There, I'm sorry, I was shitting for a while. Did we tell? Did we tell the giant that we're teleporting out?
Yes. We told him that if he doesn't see us tonight, then go on, do whatever he's gonna do. But if we're still here, then we're gonna continue heading to Waterdeep.
Sick. All right.
So we can
Wait.
just go then, right?
We're going into civilization, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Eden. You may want to clean up.
And Waterdeep has honor, yes?
Yes, it does.
Most parts of it, yeah.
So,
Sure.
dueling is
Dueling is
taking
illegal.
place in Waterdeep. I can legally, under your laws, find someone and attack them.
No, no. See,
No.
that's why I'm wanted. You don't want to. You don't want to duel.
But dueling exists,
Yeah.
but you do not want to do it.
Yeah.
It's illegal to do.
I
Right. So let me put it like this, Eden. Right. You can just jump off the castle right now, but you don't want to do that. Right.
Yeah, yes.
It's kind of like that. You're think of it as dueling is jumping off the castle, doing the act of it. You're putting yourself in harm's way for something. You know, if that makes sense.
So why have I been studying honor for the past 2 weeks?
But honor is a wider range thing than just dueling.
But
It's
what
following the
purpose
law.
does it serve if I cannot attack people?
Because Eden, against popular belief, there are other things to do than kill people.
Well, yes, there's also eating, there's
Yeah.
flaying, there's repurposing the bones. Yes.
Right. Yes, but
Mhm.
there are things that you can do that doesn't require another human to be dead.
That is true. There is wine drinking and there is
Yeah, there
eating
you go.
sugar cakes.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can
exactly.
only do that for lunchtime. What do I do in my off time?
You could go and see a circus act. You could read a book. You could do literally anything else.
Go shopping.
Go
Yeah.
on a walk.
Meet with your friends. Go out
Yeah.
drinking.
Yeah.
Full
have sex.
disclosure, I have
Um,
never been inside a town for longer than 24 hours. Usually
I
I
can
just
tell.
get contracts and get out.
Fair enough.
So...
Listen, if you stay by me for long enough, Eden, you'll understand the city life and you'll understand the appeal of it.
Very well, I will do so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thessia,
Yes.
could I perhaps get the blood stains out of my armor?
Yes, and if you wanted to not let everyone know that you're a Yuan-Ti, and you could also do the thing that you used to do. Since we're going into
Right.
civilization, I know it's been a while.
I suppose I
been-
will be Eden.
Right.
Well, ideally, this scroll doesn't take us right to the middle of the town square, right?
I mean, ideally, yeah, but I'll be honest, I have no idea how this works, and knowing my master, it could be one of his learning experiences.
I guess I'm gonna try to clean up everybody.
Yeah, I'll give you guys an hour to everybody freshen up and do their makeup and get their clothes ready and
But it's my eyeshadow.
you know,
Oh, I'm going into a town.
you all take an hour to get ready. This is literally the first time you're going back into civilization for like 2 months.
It takes 15 minutes for Zora to do his hair.
My dress is kind of tough to conceal.
Eden's gonna like reach into her pack and like saying, "Where is it? Where is it?" and pulls out the mask.
I presume Thessia and Eden will be busy casting prestidigitation and mending on everyone and anyone.
Yeah.
Just me.
You see Rudy kind of like look into him, kind of like fix her hair, look kind of nice, and be like, you know, she's being like, just trying to like make sure she like looks okay. She's like doing the little pinch to her cheeks, even though she's already red. She's like,
Florence. So, do you think Rudy will get up to some sinning if we leave her with Thorok long enough?
Before marriage?
Before marriage? Ooh.
Oh my god.
So scandalous.
You know, as I'm like with Eden, like we're mending everything, I'd be like, wow, I thought I wasn't gonna work today. I really thought maybe this one day I wouldn't have to work, but it's okay.
what have you been doing this past like 6 days?
Why wouldn't you
I
work
mean,
today?
I have to work every day. People are always asking me for decisions because none of you can fucking make them.
Neither today.
What?
Oh yeah,
who's
let me
He's
check.
neither today.
Actually, how many days has it been? Because that's always great to find.
It has been 4 days since the last game.
Let me hold a sec.
What is the day?
Find
The 15th.
1, 2,
15.
3, 4.
You said
Oh.
It's me.
Think of
When isn't
what?
it, honestly?
Wait,
So
did we
is it
skip
Thessia?
Sigmund?
No, it's me.
Did we skip Sigmund's leadership day?
Yes, it was part of the 4 days.
was Rudy's part of that
No, I was good too.
Yes, Rudy's was part of that too.
No.
Lame.
So, Thessia's casting, like, as she's casting, like, presentation, Rudy, like, just kind of holds out quickly out of her little, like, pocket, and she's just gonna, and it's just gonna be the rotten potato. She's casting it.
Okay, so
I don't think this works how it works.
No,
I'll
it's
tell you
not
what.
working.
No, I'll tell you what it does. I'll tell you what it does do. It cleans it. It does clean it because it can get rid of it being soiled, but it does not unrotten.
So
it.
rotten.
So you do clean the other filth on it. It's a little less brown than it was.
But it's still
Doesn't mean
rotten.
it's any less rotten. You know.
She's like, look, it's clean. It's good now.
Why did she keep it?
No, that's not. That's not how it works.
Once again, I thought I wouldn't have to work today.
Today's the 15th, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I feel like something was on the 15th, but you know, my dad always said if you forgot about it, it probably wasn't important.
Yeah, no, I do feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Watch me just Adrian just die inside.
You know, it's your decision to not tell us. How are we to fucking know?
Sigmund, what a great boyfriend, right?
So good.
Anyway, take an hour to prep, get yourselves together, put on your makeup, unstain your clothing, get out the lot more blood stains on your clothing than you thought. There's a lot that's coalesced in the past couple of months. A lot of battles, a lot of dirt, a lot of everything. But you know, patch them up. You look good as new, ish. You know, you can't fix your faces, but oh well.
Or my,
My broken
my new
nose.
scars.
Yeah, all my scars. Want to know how I got these scars?
Or your
Scars.
10 years of age, Zorro. Can't fix that.
1 second.
Sorry.
Oh my god, wait. When you go back to Waterdeep, your master's gonna be like, wow, you look different.
Yes.
Man, you really got stressed out there, didn't you?
Are you older than him now?
I think he's decently old. I don't think I'm older than him now.
He's like
Though if
middle-aged.
I am,
Though he is
if
a-
I am older than him, I can pull rank now.
Yeah, he is a half elf though, so he lives twice her age.
Listen, Sonny boy, back in my
Lasts a little
day.
bit longer.
Not
So-
that
so-
Zorro cares about lifespan.
Listen, boy, I
Zorro's
only got
like
2 years left.
The ripe age of 35.
While we wait for them,
34 even.
while we wait for them to
30.
get back, this is a fun fact for you, Scott. But also, I guess to the audience that didn't actually get to see, because I wasn't in an episode, right? I don't think they didn't get to see.
I think that was before.
That was before we started recording. When I had you roll the D100, I was rolling for your life expectancy. So if you got lower than, if you rolled lower than like what you would age up to, you would have been just straight dead.
Dead.
I didn't roll very high either.
No, you didn't.
No.
That's the horrible part. I'm pretty sure you got 30 something. Like
I did get 30 something.
Oh, Zorro with that Aarakocra lifespan.
Eric Conqueror is so sad. 16 fucking years, dude. Like,
If I was an Aarakocra, I'd die.
Well, yeah. I think that's all they do, really.
It's so weird.
Lapse in Timoria.
One of my characters is going to be an Aarakocra, but I want it to be like a really long, drawn-out campaign, so I just play like a bloodline.
Scott, that's not D&D, that's Crusader Kings.
I want it.
Oh my god.
Anyway, you all finish preparing, making yourselves look good as best as you can, and cleaning yourselves up, holding up the mirrors, checking yourselves, fixing your hair, doing your makeup, and all. And once you're all ready to go, you all meet back up in the center room to say goodbye to Skyreach Castle. So Florence whips out the scroll.
One thing before you teleport us, Rudy, can you hold out the potato?
Yeah.
I think it'll help us on our trip.
Really?
Yeah. All right. Hit it, babe. I'm gonna knock the potato out of Rudy's hand as we teleport.
All right, excellent. So with that, as you begin to blink, Florence, this is a 7th level spell.
Right.
You
So
can't cast those. So
no, I cannot.
you are going to make a check using your spellcasting ability.
Hey, that 20 charisma.
Rudy is going to
I
start
believe
crying.
so it's a check plus 8, I believe, yes.
If you're adding proficiency, then yeah.
Yeah, spellcasting
Wait, my
ability.
ability modifier?
Yeah,
Or my
it's-
spell
it's-
cat? That's attack. Yeah,
Um,
spell attack is plus proficiency.
You know, I don't know. I actually don't know if it just says spellcasting ability. I
I
assume.
think it's
I think it's
just-
just.
Is
Is there a way that I
Just
can
for-
help?
No, it's fine. I'm
mm,
fine.
yeah,
I
this
have
is-
the
this is
max
her own.
anyone I have to cast the thing, but
Yeah. Go ahead and roll.
okay. 23.
all right.
23 is in fact enough. You look at this. You look at the sigil sequence. You begin to cast the spell, weaving the weave in your fingertips. It's been a while since you've done this. You didn't actually have any. You're supposed to do this for a final project, but you never
right.
ended up.
But I
doing-
left that school before.
Didn't do
I-
that final project. You do remember how the sigil sequence worked, right? You have to trace, and then that's Chi, Rome, Salver, X. Wasn't there one that was like this? It was like, oh yeah, it was like, they're like, you remember? There's like a system to the sigil sequences. It's like, oh yeah, like the first part designates like latitude and longitude, and then
Oh
like
God.
different locations. And you remember how to do it? And it's like, oh yeah. Then you do remember if you remember as you're practicing the sigil sequence, you're like, oh yeah, that's right. If you teleport and you're less certain about your location, you might end up accidentally teleporting a far distance away from it, actually, at
Wait,
a
right.
completely random
Okay.
distance away. So since you're going to Waterdeep, you could completely end up in the middle of the ocean.
Fun. Ooh. Oh, I'm
Well,
gonna
but we were
teleport.
given a sigil sequence, right? If it,
Yeah,
if
you
it
were given a
goes
sigil
based on a
sequence,
sigil sequence, then it's immediate.
But the thought just creeps into your head.
Oh, I'm like,
as you're casting, it's like, oh yeah, there was that thing though. Like if you messed up, it would.
the thing that if I messed up, we would just like end up somewhere random, which could be the ocean.
Just had flashbacks to the last campaign.
Ooh. I had a
I'm
great
a
time.
barrel.
I had a great
For the first time, having a sea elf actually mattered.
You'd think that type of shit would have mattered in Saltmarsh, and yet.
And yet, oh,
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 Hey, you have a druid. I can turn into a dolphin. There's
I was
probably
a
one-
druid in that campaign, and yeah,
sick.
I mean I could do shit like that, but we never really got there.
you never got to that point. So, with a flash of white light, the 6 members of the Bad Idea Squad teleport away, back to the golden shores of Waterdeep. And it is
Oh my
there, as they emerge, that they do not see the outside of the majestic buildings of Waterdeep. No, instead they see a very serene location. Walls of dark mahogany wood lining around, and different colored spines cascading around various bookshelves as they enter into a room with a flash and a bang. And beside them, an old man dressed in a brown word. in a brown robe looks over towards the circle as the 6 heroes emerge, looks up at you as you teleport and goes, "By the gods! Ah! Ah! What are you? Who are you people? Why are you?
Boom, bitch!
This is a library! You're not supposed to. I was in the middle of my experiment and he just looks at all of you, and he looks particularly at Zorro, and then he looks at the 2 tieflings, the masked person, and then the rest of you and goes, bloody harpers, I never should have given you the damn sigil secrets to this damn place. I'm done with this place. I hate it. Why am I leaving? This is my building. Get out! This is a holy site. Get out! Get out! Shoo! Shoo! And he pushes you away out the door and towards the balcony. And he pushes you out the balcony. You can see that there's a staircase descending from the balcony, but now you can see the glorious streets of Waterdeep. And for our resident of Waterdeep,
that was a lot more peaceful than the last time I got kicked out of a library.
Sigmund, you can see that the area that you are in is actually familiar to you. This is not one of the bad places in Waterdeep. It's not one of the ghettos. This is actually the building known as the Font of Knowledge, or the Great Library, a temple of Ogma, and a place where many gather for wisdom and understanding, which is in Castle Ward, actually.
Oh, so near the north.
West. It's by the mountain.
Oh, okay.
This is Castle Ward, and you can see as you are rudely pushed out off the 2nd floor balcony to the staircase, getting kicked out of the library. The many denizens of Castle Ward, carriages moving along very peacefully, and Waterdavian nobility walking the streets as per normal. And you see, and the 6 of you see, flying above the legendary Griffin Cavalry of Waterdeep, making their daily patrols and flying over your heads back towards Castle Waterdeep, as they always do. As the librarian goes, "Get out! Stay out, you damn harpers!" Closes the door on you.
Damn, he couldn't have been any louder about that, could he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a library.
I think you wouldn't want to interrupt everyone else's stuff practicing. But,
What kind of bullshit is that, huh? I mean, we're that loud.
Yeah, for real.
Also, that was sick. Did we just fucking teleport?
That's what the. Yes, baby. Yes, we don't.
That was sick.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
So,
Sighs in non-spellcasters be asking dumb questions.
I need to visit my house.
Yeah, should we
and not get arrested.
And not
Do
get
you
arrested.
need help?
This is good for me, and cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
How does... It's a city. How is that good? Wait, does that work, Vincent?
Sigmund, you should know how to sneak around these streets. Come on.
I do. I know all the back.
As you're all discussing this, you see across the cobblestone street a door open up from a building nearby, and you see walking out with a cup of tea in hand is
Oh, okay.
I'm like rolling.
Erlander. Okay. As he rubs his ear and looks up towards all of you. Actually, I guess he has to make a check. Let's see. He goes, "I swear I heard the circle go off again. Zorro!"
I want to sneak up on him.
Make a stealth check. You do have Pass Without Trace, which is what, +10?
Yeah. Ridiculous. 30?
26.
Yep, that's enough. He goes, "Damn. You know, maybe."
I want to take the tea out of his hand.
Maybe it wasn't that. Make a sleight of hand check.
19.
Deal without trace, +10 to sleight of hand.
Maybe it wasn't them. They're taking so much time.
I put it in his other hand.
Make a sleight of hand check again.
16.
You go to put it in his other hand, and as you very slowly, gingerly place it around his ring finger, you feel a slight bit of familiar tension. And he rapidly turns to you and goes, "Ha! Ha! Ha! Ah! Ah, you got me, you got me. That was good, that was good."
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, T-transfer, oh, okay.
Ooh.
Good to see you back. Did the old librarian give you any trouble when you arrived?
He was being real loud, which was kind of out of character for librarians, I think.
Kind of a dick.
Oh yes, that actually that circle has been malfunctioning for quite a while. It's actually not supposed to be in use because it lets out a large bang whenever it's used, so he is a little bit hard to control.
Oh, I see.
It's the only one we have in the city though, and to be honest, you know, I don't care.
Could care less.
Yeah. Hey, he signed the contract, you know. He's still our user on the street, so
It's in writing.
doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Well, we finished the job.
You can drop the spell. You're all right. I'm not gonna kidnap you.
Well, I mean, some of us are, not
this
used to being
one-
in the city for a while. Don't point.
I know. I'm pointing at Sigmund. Is wanted.
Well, you don't need to worry
And I'm
about.
gonna point.
You don't need to worry about that because you're actually just in time. Have a big assignment for all of you, and I think your little arrest problem. Yes, I did hear about it. Is
It's hard not to.
is going to be solved better than you think. Also, you drugged the Magister? That's bold. Even for you, Zorro, that's bold. That's bold. You
Did you know?
Ooh, I didn't know that got around. Why would he want to see that?
He's
It was
not a
actually a
magister, is he?
drinking. It was actually a drinking game.
Detective
I was.
an
of Waterdeep.
He's a very high-ranking investigator, you know, very respected in Waterdeep, etc., etc. It's actually really funny because his reputation has gone a little bit down now that he is susceptible to date rape drugs.
no.
But on the bright side, you know, more
Wait, did we
awareness.
give him alcoholism?
No. Just you know, there's a new awareness campaign going on from the Investigative Bureau, so that's good.
Oh.
You know, about
Great.
making sure you don't let anyone pour your drinks and all that. So you know, good things.
Oh, that's very important.
All bad things have some good in them somehow. You know.
Dare to not do drugs.
So I'm not a fugitive.
I wouldn't say that.
But
let's
Sigma,
just-
wouldn't you want to see your
And
boyfriend though?
Well,
wouldn't you
what?
want to see like your
You mean
face on a
boyfriend?
wanted poster,
Yeah.
poorly drawn?
You know, Roland and you having that connection, like there was
What does
something.
it have to do with any of this?
You know, since you're wanted, like he might want you back too.
Yeah,
No, no.
he wants you. Don't you want him back?
Don't you want him back?
So what are my charges now? Have they changed? Or
You know, I don't really keep up to date about all of that, but what I'm trying to say is I wouldn't worry about it right now. For one, your next destination for your next mission is pretty close by, and
Ooh.
two, I
What?
think you'll find that you are rather fortunate in your situation, to say the least, because, well, you all have heard. Actually, that's right. I sent you here, Zora, to meet. I told you that when you get to Waterdeep to meet with Ramalia. Yes, you all met Miss Avendry.
Oh yeah, Professor Haventry, of course.
That's right. That's
who's
right.
that again?
That's right. We haven't met. You're Florence, yes. My name is
Yes,
Leos
Florence.
Nice to meet you. I am a co-worker with Miss Avendry.
I thought you were
So-
gonna say about me, but okay.
Well, and this is my underling.
You don't have to say it like that. What the hell?
I did train you.
Oh, I have my
don't have to
boss,
say
and you have
underling.
your boss.
Exactly. He is my tutelage. And Remy and I go way back. You know, we used to have lots of games of chess at her house, and her and her husband. You have all been out of circulation for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'll give you the rundown. Sorry, forget your name. Thessia, yes?
Thessia?
Thessia, sorry. Sorry. Do you mind including me in this little, what is it? The druid spell, the nature's, the fog cloud thingy?
Pass without
Yeah.
trace.
Yeah, I touch
just,
him.
You know, I want to make sure people don't, eavesdrop too much. This
Yeah,
isn't exactly...
I don't get it either, boss. I'll be honest.
Well, you don't have a lot of worldly experience, don't you?
Hey.
We literally have...
I think on that last trip, I think I've gained about 10 years of experience, so...
You look like you...
And you.
You really need to think about using some moisturizer. Your skin is all...
Alright, you don't... Listen, buddy, you don't look that great either.
He says to his flawless skin.
Flaps and flawless.
So, yes. Let me update you on a little bit of news. For one, while you've been gone, I know you have a report to make on the Cult of the Dragon. I have heard from contacts that you were successful in some degree. I did hear from some of my contacts that there was a white dragon corpse found in the east a couple days ago, so half
Damn,
of 10
word
days.
travels fast.
You know, I was actually pretty
You
nice at the
forget what
dragon.
organization you work for. Also,
I don't forget.
magic. No. Anyway,
Also,
What?
a dead dragon is a pretty big deal.
yes, it's very hard not to notice when a villager
A giant
runs
white dragon.
Villager
falls on
runs into
guy.
town and says that there is a dragon corpse that splashed onto the well.
Yeah, that was us.
Yep.
I'm aware. Good job on that, by the way.
Thank you.
However,
Thank you.
unfortunately, I sent you all off with the hope that the situation was manageable for all of you. But I apologize now, as we have now realized, given the information that you no doubt will present, and also the information that we have gathered, that things are a lot worse than we once thought.
Oh, goes deep. I have all my notes.
Yes. The cult has acted here, Waterdeep,
Here.
since you've been gone.
What?
Yes. Miss Florence, I'm sorry to say, I don't know if you ever met him, but Arthagast, Oldbrinter, husband of Remalia.
Mhm.
He, about a week ago, was assassinated.
Oh.
Turns out, he was one of the masked lords of Waterdeep.
Oh.
What?
Ooh.
Yes. Arthagast was a masked lord, and now he lies in the grave.
Oh.
And the cult has left their mark, and it's clear that they did it because they knew. So,
Right. How did they know? I thought they're supposed to be anonymous.
yes,
It
that
is.
is the whole thing, is it not? So, with that, things have progressed a little bit out of hand lately, and the cult has left their insignia. It was quite a bloody scene. They painted their dragon sigil with his blood on the street. It was quite a gruesome sight.
Ooh.
But with that, you all, given your expansive knowledge on the Cult of the Dragon and your wealth of experience with them, coming all the way back from Grenis, you first met me in my unfortunate circumstance, but nevertheless.
I saved him.
Um,
That was me.
You have all been invited to give your account at the Lord's Palace.
Oh.
So that's why you're here. You're to head to the palace and give your statements.
What?
Oh my god. I don't have time to write an entire pamphlet. I'm gonna need to get started on the calligraphy right now.
No, it's okay. It is not a public meeting. It is behind closed doors, so...
Oh, it's not public.
No. It's not a presentation. It is behind closed doors. You are presenting to a small council of individuals. Remy will be among the guests at this council. Also, Ontharr Froom, if you remember him, from Eldorel.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
They will be some of the members in attendance, as well as some other powerful individuals from, across Faerun. So, be on your best behavior, because this means a lot. Yes, Sigmund.
Question: am I going to be arrested after the meeting?
I have no guarantees for you. I'll be honest, but I don't think so, because you have done a great service. To be fair to all of us here. And as long as you all agree that, you, Mr. Gost, that you are a vital asset to the team and all that are necessary for them to function, then I'm sure you could come up with something.
Guys!
Zoro, did you just well him?
Zoro!
I'm fucking with you, man. I'm fucking with you. Mostly. Are you going to be there, Master?
Well, actually no, because I have not been invited. So, congratulations to all of you. And
Do I get a +1?
No. This is a very important meeting, but nevertheless, I have already met with. I've already met with them and given my report. But my duties, as you know, are on the field as an agent, and that is what will be preferred of me by our organization. So, but you all have, have much more experience with these people than I do, so you've all been invited to attend this council.
Well then.
So good luck. I would also bear in mind to watch your behavior. The people that you're about to meet, they have come together with the knowledge that we need to do something about the Cult of the Dragon, but no one knows the extent of how powerful the cult is, except, of course, you. And even you, I suppose, don't know the full extent either. The alliance that comes with these sorts of things is tenuous at best. You know how politics is. You must make sure that you are cooperative. We can't win this fight. As much as I would like to say that the Harpers could do this on their own, no one has an army quite like Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate, you know what I mean? So, you have to be on your best behavior and just good luck. I have a feeling the road ahead will be a bit challenging for you. Once your meeting is done, we'll see what happens, but I'll find you. All right? Anyway, going to go. I had an appointment actually.
So. Quick thing before you go.
Of course.
You might get a message in the next few days. You can
I
just
told you to
ignore it for the most
wait.
part. I mean, listen to it, but like you don't have to like. It'll be late.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very well.
that's all.
He sent a message back with the raven. It's a little rude.
I see.
I didn't realize that
apologize.
would be teleported. It was before I like really read the note. It said.
He didn't let
to
me
me.
read the scroll, and he didn't know what it was, so my
Yeah,
apologies.
I figured that as much. It's okay. Well, anyway, good luck to all of you. You'll need it. Goodbye. He walks
Asshole.
away.
Well,
Oh boy.
All right. And now you are on the streets of Castle Ward.
How long do we have till the meeting?
Well, he said it was now, so.
Out of game, Aidan is hungry. I'm assuming this
Oh,
will
yeah.
take a while. Can I make myself food?
Oh yeah, good point. It is
This is
9:06. Oh yeah.
Probably a good
Good
time
break.
for me to take the dog out.
Yeah, this
Good break
this
time.
would be a good break time. You are absolutely
Break.
correct. So before everyone heads off to go see the council of Waterdeep in the Lord's Palace, the room where it happens. We will take a nice 15-20 minute break.
Yeah.
20-minute break, something
Yeah.
like that, and we'll be back. Of course, to anybody watching the video, it is going to be instantaneous. But anyway, see you soon. And now, a word from our sponsors.
And welcome back from the break.
Wow, you got that exactly on time. Literally, as soon as OBS switched from start to stop recording, you said that immediately. That was good. That's that streamer brain right there. This guy knows.
Wow.
He's a Twitch veteran. Ooh, look at me. I'm fucking. What is it called? Verified?
Affiliate?
No.
Affiliate?
Affiliate. Yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Twitch affiliate. Ooh, he's better than all of us. He's got stream timings down. Anyway. Welcome back, fuckheads.
Loved starting it off like that.
Hey, there's a reason the entire channel is labeled as not safe for kids. Not suitable for under 18, right? Just in case. And not only because there was literally an entire episode dedicated to sex, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, wait.
Which one?
Could be
yes.
this one if I play our cards right.
Whoa.
Ooh, Zoro's into that master-servant relationship.
I like that says like Zoro's a mentor and him are like, yeah, fuck you. Like that. And then Ramalia and Florence are like, oh yeah, let's go out for tea. Have a nice day. Oh girl, you look so good in that dress.
That is legitimately the meme of the girls versus guys.
Boys locker room.
Boys.
Girls locker room.
Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you too.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome back, everyone. We had a nice break. We return back to the streets of Waterdeep, the Castle Ward, which you actually haven't been to before. This is a new site for most of you. The brilliant paved streets of the Castle Ward, the sun shining in your eyes. It was about midday. There are some pigeons that have just been let out of a nearby temple that have flocked out, and you see nobles and carriages alike parading about. It's very quiet streets here, or not quiet as in not busy, but quiet as in refined. People are respectful. There's not a lot of merchants and things. Basically, the polar opposite of that disgusting place, Baldur's Gate. Ooh, where everything is loud and chaotic. Here, everyone walks with dignity and is refined. Yes, Rudy.
There's paved street.
And with street names too.
Yeah.
What
There-
the fuck?
There is a smell of delight in the air. However, you don't see any. There's no market stalls here. At the very least, you'd have to go to some sort of market to find some food. And of course, you're on a time crunch. No time to stop at a cafe.
It's 1 a.m.
Oh god.
Your mom?
what?
Wait a minute.
Brother.
Okay.
Brother.
Oh, brother. I thought you said mother. I was like, that was.
Oh, brother.
Now that's the unusual one.
I'm expecting to hear a go away and like. Fine.
Go away. Just gotta make sure he's not dying right now.
Yeah.
Why would he?
No, it's Shane. It's never out of the question with him. Anyway, yeah, the glistening streets of Castle Ward are on either side of you. As you walk through the streets, you see a number of single-seat carriages pulling along various nobles and lords of Waterdeep. And Sigmund, you play the game that you and Clara used to play together, and in your mind, and look at each of the carriages and try to figure out which house each of them belongs to. Like, oh, that's Enbridge. Oh, that's fair. Remain. Ooh, isn't that the house that got arrested for slavery? Okay. Though your
a Baldur's Gate's license plate. They're not from here. What are they doing here? That is totally not the place that we are here from.
This was not the first time that they had this conversation, nor would it be the last in the mundane as fuck zone. It's a prosody reference for everything. Though, of course, Sigmund, your entertainment with being home, back in your hometown, back in your home city is cut short, as you walk through the streets, you do see a patrol of 6 members of the City Watch walk past you in their striking chainmail and white uniforms, and slightly consciously, just tense up a little bit. They walk past, around, maces at the ready, doing a nice patrol.
Sigmund's keeping at least one of his companions between him and the patrol.
Just like moving around. Whoever happens to be with you at the time, yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, there is certainly an air of calmness and regality here in Waterdeep. Quite different from the 2 months or so that you've been out in the wilderness with next to no human contact. Here, people treat each other nicely. You're actually looked at a little bit strangely for being so armed. People give you some glances, even though you're dressed semi-appropriately. You're still armed. You have a fucking boomerang on your back.
I'm armed, all right.
You want to check out my guns?
Oh, bam!
But yeah, people do seem to look at you rather strangely as you walk along the streets. But it is not a far walk to the Palace of Waterdeep. You can see in the distance, this is of course Castle Ward, so this is the ward in which Mount Waterdeep itself towers above, and you can see the gentle incline as the mountain reaches, and on its peak, Castle Waterdeep itself, standing rather imposingly above the rest of the city, looking down upon it, and you can just barely make out the image of the Griffin Cavalry taking stockade back in Castle Waterdeep, as that is their headquarters for the City Watch. And of course, some of you know a little bit too intimately what things must be like out in the dungeons of Castle Waterdeep, but never mind. You pass by the familiar sights, the landmarks that you have seen before of Castle Ward. The spires of the morning lay behind you, the Church of Lathander with its 7 pillars of light, not in your direction. But you walk your way down the paved roads towards the White Ivory Palace, the Lord's Palace, the Palace of Waterdeep. And I have improv for a long time at this point. Someone else make a conversation. Do something.
Hey guys, if
Yeah.
we get arrested, can we go back to House Gost and get hammered?
Well, if we get arrested, we're not going to be able to do that.
I said if we don't.
Oh.
Oh, if you don't get arrested.
Well,
Why
you know,
not?
It's up to the others if they'd like to partake.
Probably.
I just really want to see it.
We have the stock.
You know, I would like to.
Perhaps it is time for traveler's dust.
Very bold of you, Eden, and I like where your head's at, but
Maybe not so loud.
yeah, I mean it
You're
isn't a
still
legal
within
drug.
dust without grace, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, I never dispelled it.
I mean, yeah, that is true. That's true.
Otherwise, I would not be speaking so candidly.
True, true, true. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll probably get drinks or something like that. I'm sure. You know.
Yeah.
If not
No,
at house
I-
cost, then you know at
no.
a local
Family things. I'm back.
No
tavern.
problem.
Everything good?
No,
Yeah.
I want to get hammered for my.
I thought we were gonna go see the Lord.
No, she's talking
I
about
want-
afterwards.
Oh, I was like, what happened while I was gone?
Go ahead, Thessia.
No, I want to get for
Damn.
my holiday.
Oh, is it
For-
like some sort of
Holiday?
like Shantae?
Antea?
It's your birthday? Oh. I don't have a potato for you. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I knocked it out of your hand. You don't have the potato anymore.
I'm just gonna like look at Zorrias like I know. We're not the same set.
Well, I hope not.
I don't claim you as a tiefling.
What the hell? You can't take away my tiefling license.
Please.
You get it back
Us
in
Infernals
5
gotta
minutes.
stick together. Come on.
You're on timeout at the moment. You've been mean to me.
Anyways, happy
Anyways,
birthday, Thessia.
happy
Thank
birthday.
If it is your
Yay.
birthday, happy birthday.
It is
Oh, it's your birthday.
my birthday.
Sigmund, you didn't know that? Out of anyone
No,
here,
she
you should
doesn't
be the
tell
one who said
anyone.
that.
She didn't tell me. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah.
She
Did you
did.
ask?
No, she definitely told me.
You know, I guess I wanted to. I was going to tell you guys this morning, but like I feel weird because
I mean, it's
I'm.
not like it's not like an easy thing to do, just like be like, oh hey, you know, it's my birthday or whatever. You know?
You know,
What do you
why
think?
not?
I do
It's
that
the reason the
every
party was
year.
party.
I'm
Yeah.
just. I'm just gonna have a lot of birthdays, and I feel weird about announcing it to creatures of a different race.
Well, it is decided. I will take you through a custom from my homeland in order for your special day. It's
How
what we do whenever we get another year.
I'm terrified for you, Thessia, but that's wonderful. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Thessia, I mean, you live for hundreds of years or whatever. Yeah, sure, but like, at least take, you know, it's at least one day out of the year that you can, you know, celebrate.
And take for yourself and do what you want to do for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, we have to get through this first.
I mean, yeah, we.
I mean, on like a normal year when maybe we're not trying to like storm the cult of the dragon and your life is put on hold, but you know whatever.
Right.
Yeah, but you know, we could still, you know, have a good time.
Thessia is like, I'm gonna get. Like, it's been so stressful.
Florence is gonna nudge Zoro.
It'll be fine. What?
You still haven't taken me out on a date yet.
We could go in.
We haven't been in a town since. You know, maybe if we have a few days here.
Suddenly, you all feel a sudden shift in the wind that brings in
God.
a strange sense of unease. The feeling is akin to a drop in the air pressure before the approach of a deadly storm, or faint tremors felt from a landslide or earthquake far away. You're not the only ones who have noticed. The city around you suddenly goes unnaturally quiet. No dogs bark, no birds squawk. Even the street vendors nearby have gone silent. And for a moment, there is quiet. Before, slowly, the crescendo of noise of Waterdeep continues to pick up. People continue their walks, and everything sort of seems to return to normal.
What was that?
Is that just me, or?
Is this normal for cities?
No.
I'm gonna
Eden,
punch my
a bird
thigh.
stopped chirping. There are birds in the wild.
Why can't I just have a normal birthday?
I'm sure you'll get another couple hundred.
Yeah.
If I'll get to
One
live
of them's
that
trying to be
long.
normal.
If I get to live that long.
You'll be fine.
You have a
Yeah.
better chance than any of us.
This is very true.
Certainly a better chance than Zoro.
Or you.
Almost, certainly.
Or me.
I want to stop a citizen in the streets.
Okay, just random one.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. The closest one to you is a homeless person. Just sitting there.
That's alright. Hey, man. I'm gonna drop 2 gold in his hand. Hey,
Thank you, thank you.
quick thing, real quick. About like a minute ago or something like that. Did you feel something weird?
Oh, yeah.
You felt that too, yeah?
Yeah, I felt it, man.
What was it? Describe it to me.
It was like feeling a volcano erupting underneath you. And feeling a little earthquake.
Yeah.
Silent for a moment, yeah.
Okay.
Zorrias, this man is intoxicated.
Sigmund, shut up.
So Zorrias, probably.
I know what it is, man. I know what it is.
What is it?
It's the demons, man. They coming.
Fuck.
That's the sound they make when they coming. You know? I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. You weren't there, man. You weren't there.
Fuck. Alright. I'll keep an eye out for demons. Thank you.
Yeah, you better watch yourself, man. Watch yourself. Thank you for the gold, though. Thank you.
Of course.
Demons, y'all! You hear? The demons!
God, guys, there's demons. What do we do about demons? I've never fought a demon before.
Zorrias.
I'm sure Rudy's got something.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
I can try any.
Oh,
Demons
I
are
got
not
every-
coming. That guy was clearly on a kilo of traveler's dust.
Wouldn't he be knocked out?
How would he
Or dead?
have a kilo of traveler's dust? And you're very bold to assume I know how much a kilo is.
A large amount.
But you do, don't you?
I could probably eyeball it, but
Wait, out of character. Do we use the metric system or the imperial?
Fuck it. Doesn't matter.
Fair.
Well,
The book uses imperial, so. Yeah.
Because
But
we're
also,
married.
drugs use metric, so, like, it doesn't matter. So anyway, bad idea squad. What do you
Egging
do?
isn't really even allowed in the castle ward. I don't know what he's doing here.
Sigmund, your rich is showing.
Thank
Sigmund,
you.
your privilege is showing.
No. Thank you so much. Sigmund is flattered.
Jonathan is flattered.
I know, Jonathan is not flattered. It's Sigmund. That's very clear.
All right.
Onward.
Just heading straight to the Lord's Palace. All right.
I mean, unless you guys want to like stop and like take a shit or something. I mean, I already went, but
Real quick,
okay.
I'm just gonna stop at a vendor and try to sell my component pouch.
Okay, a random street vendor. You walk up to the closest one. He is selling fig cakes.
fig cakes. I love fig cake.
Hey there, sir. How can I help you? Can I interest you in the finest fig cakes in Alderward?
Yes, if you can do me this favor. Do you know anyone who can cast magic?
My brother dated a girl once that could cast magic.
And why don't you take this? 15 gold.
It's an X. I don't really have a. Is that just a pouch of things. I don't really have a. Sorry, sir. I don't really have a use for that sort of thing. I'm a
But listen
never
here,
mind.
there,
Let's not
though,
thank
fellow man. This right here is a bag of anything that you could need to cast any magical spell. In fact, I don't know if you knew this, Sigmund, but even some people that don't know how to cast a spell could potentially learn how to using one of these items. Think about how good it would make selling fig cakes for you. And you can make your voice louder, or bake them easier.
Make the fig cakes float in the air to attract attention or something.
Roll deception.
14. Yeah, 14.
I mean, that does sound like a nice deal, but you gotta understand that's quite a high risk purchase for me. I don't really know if I can do 15 gold. That's quite,
High risk, sure, but the reward is higher.
I mean, magic might be nice and all, but I
I'm
know
sorry,
that.
have you ever flown
Well, no.
like a bird?
No, I haven't.
Would you like to?
I mean, I suppose it could be fun. It also seems rather frightening, doesn't it? I mean, you're
Right,
dangling
but
by
here's
nothing.
the problem. I'm starting to convince myself that this is worth more than 15 gold.
Well, I mean, you're under no obligation to sell it to me, sir. If you'd like, you can keep it yourself, but, it's...
You can also breathe fire.
Alright, but, I mean, from my understanding, with the whole magic thing, you have to learn how to use it and all. You can't just, pick up a pouch and start doing all the things. Otherwise, everybody would be Blackstaff, right?
How much for a fig cake?
5 silver.
Pays the man.
Thank you very much.
Walks away grumpy.
Um, for all your for all the months that you've spent together, you have a definite caliber of the normal tones, vibrations of your companion's voice, so you can definitely hear the sucrose leaking out as Eden leans forward and says, "Hi, I'm sorry, did you mention there's cakes here?"
Yes, I have the finest fig cakes in the castle, lord.
How much would they be?
5 silver each, but if you buy 10, I'll throw in an extra one, eh?
I'll buy 10.
Wait.
Excellent.
What are you doing?
So that'll be 5 gold for you.
Eden takes out 5 gold and flops it down.
Alright. And here's your 10 fit cakes, and of course, the chef's kiss, number 11.
Thank you.
In the Southland, 11's a lucky number.
You're not going to be able to eat that all.
Oh,
Can't I?
did you want it in a box, by the way? I should have asked.
Yes, that would be very helpful.
Of course,
Thank
of course.
you.
Gets out of the paper box. Basically,
I
purchased a dozen donuts from Krispy Kreme and just...
And I'd also like to note that in the conversation, there's about a half second of awkward silence between each exchange with her. There's definitely a half second where she responds a half second later than she's supposed to respond.
Well, I do hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
This exchange perked up Thessia so much. She's like, "This is good. This is fun."
This is the bad idea squad I know and love.
Alright, anybody else?
Yeah.
I'll stay back as everyone.
Okay.
Sigmund
I-
brings the fig cake up to his mouth, and then he looks at Thessia. Thessia, I got this for you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Sigmund. Thank you. And then I grab it. I break it in half and give it the other half.
Aww.
Oh.
Rudy?
Well, as everyone leaves, I'll look back at the man and be like, I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Ah,
How much left do you have in stock?
how much left?
Mhm.
Well, I make about, given my sales, I make about 6 dozen a day, and right now it's about midday, so I've got about 3 dozen left.
Hmm. Okay. I'll just like look back at the whole part. Take one more dozen off your hands.
Guys, we're gonna be late.
Sure, sure. That'll be 6 gold for you.
110.
One, guys.
Oh, thank you very kindly.
Please.
Say, I mean, I see you all are buying a lot. You wouldn't happen to be having a social gathering or something, would you? Because you know I do catering.
Maybe. It's just a quick little celebration for our friend.
Sure
Also,
thing, sure thing.
my other friend loves cakes.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Those are all
Alright.
hers. Yeah.
Well, if you ever need me, come back down, all right? My name is
What?
Donnie
go ahead.
O'Connor.
What's his
Donnie
dog?
O'Connor.
Yeah, you might have heard of my brother's Jimmy O'Sullivan Convent.
Yes.
You know, I broke.
Wow.
You know, I took a break from the family business, but we're doing all right. I'm doing all right myself, and made a
That's
bit
great.
of a reputation for myself. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
if you
you're
ever
doing well.
need
Good for
anything,
you.
come on down, and I'll be happy to serve you anything you need. All right. My main shop is just back there behind me. But you know, the fig cakes are the ones that fly out the window all the time. You know.
Oh,
All right. There you go. A dozen fig cakes and a little sugar tart for the top. Hey.
oh, thank you.
No problem. Appreciate your business.
Of
Have a good
course,
day.
anytime.
Have a good day.
You too. Rudy just walks away and she's like, oh god, sweating.
Man, I live for Scott's reaction to that.
That's such an obscure reaction. For an obscure fucking reference.
So wait, we're going into Castle Waterdeep essentially.
No,
Well,
you're going
I
into
thought-
what? This is a correction that Sigmund and Florence will make. You're going into Waterdeep Palace, which is where the Lord's Council is and everything. Castle Waterdeep is the barracks and the prison.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Waterdeep Palace, and we're just carrying in 2 boxes.
Well, half of my box is like to be nice and like give some over. You know, you don't just like show up to somebody's like place without bearing gifts.
Eden is
Trying to
just like,
give the masked lords of Waterdeep a bunch of fig cakes that they won't be able to eat until afterwards.
Why not? It's nice.
Because they're going to have to wear their masks the entire
If you give
time.
police donuts, they'll be happy.
That's
Yeah.
never worked for me.
It's fine. It's fine.
you know, Eden just like every few minutes you see Eden like move the mask forward, Big Cakes goes under.
I see like. Do I see if she's like running out of stuff out of supply?
I mean like they're like how long have we been walking?
Only about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's about like 5 cakes gone.
Oh god.
You just
from the
see
stall,
like
from the stall
Rudy
it's been
slip.
like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, then yeah, there's
Yeah.
about like 2.
Okay. Just making
Yeah.
sure.
2 gone. Oh, of course.
Oh, thank you, Eden. I wasn't expecting to get anything. No.
That's okay. You eat yours. I'll take it. I'll give it.
Oh no, it's fine. I can continue to eat this. Yeah. After all, I bought them for myself, and all of you are extensions of me.
Oh.
You know, Aidan, I have to say, you've come a long way.
Definitely.
This voice is exhausting.
Just a little bit.
But I suppose I can continue it. For now.
Why is it that Eden's idea of a normal person voice sounds like so much like Sav? I know we mentioned this before, but Eden and Sav would really vibe.
Yeah, they would. If they ever got together, it'd be let's just say there wouldn't be much left in Faerun.
Never say never. Anyway, you walk down the paved roads of Castle Ward, and before you emerges the white ivory palace of Waterdeep before you, and you see there are a number of nobles and guests that appear to be walking through the halls and being escorted in by the various staff members, well dressed. You feel in yourselves armed to the teeth in your battle armor and the like that perhaps you stick a little bit out as you approach.
Oh shit! Should we have gotten dressed up for this?
Huh? I mean, I think
I
look
don't
pretty
have any clothes.
We didn't really have time.
That's fair.
If anything, it helps our merit that we just came from the field.
Okay, that's fair. Good, because I didn't want to dress up anyways.
Okay.
You all
I don't
proceed.
want to dress up. It's fine.
And
Okay, you're okay. So like,
We're on the feather boa. It's okay. It looks good.
Question.
Yep.
Oh, no, that was in
Oh,
here.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question.
Hmm.
Is there any rules of conduct I should be aware of as a ordinary citizen regarding the palace?
Yes.
These people have the power to probably kill us, or at the very least make it so that we never see the light of day ever again.
I meant more in terms of etiquette.
Yes. Do not speak unless you are asked something. Of course, because we will be under the company of
I
some
feel
very
like there's so many
influenceable people.
divides between your etiquette and ours that just figure it out. You're pretty smart.
Influential, not influenceable.
okay, but like,
So we shouldn't
Florence,
offer
I'm-
effigies and tribute?
Nothing that you would
No.
give. I'd say it's fine.
No.
I'll
No,
leave the
they're not
Drake head in
expecting us
my
to
pack
bring
then.
anything other than
Yeah.
the information that we have.
Yeah. Leave it in
I
there.
don't think they're expecting much from us, to be honest.
Hmm.
This is more of a business thing than an actual like meeting the lords for a dinner date.
Well, it sounds like you wanted to dress up for a dinner date.
No, it's fine. I already said it's fine.
I'm not gonna stop you.
Oh, it's too late. It's fine.
It's too late.
So, Bad Idea Squad, do the walk into the halls of Waterdeep Palace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
First time for all of you, even you, Sigmund. You enter the white ivory doors into the grand hall where the Lord's Council of Waterdeep meets. The absolute epitome of pomp, circumstance, and politics, the center of all beings in Waterdeep. As you enter inside, you see that the room is packed.
Oh.
You notice nobles here and far in hot debate with each other, all prancing around, and you can see multiple butlers and maids trying their best to make sure to offer refreshments for everyone in service, but they are struggling very clearly. And Sigmund, you recognize a little bit too many faces in the crowd of the Waterdeep nobles as they're all engaged in heated debate with each other. No, I don't think... Look, all that I am saying is that the prices of spice have never been higher this time of year, so we will not stop. And multiple conversations going around, and Sigmund, you feel that hint of nostalgia come back to you when you were a little boy and came to these lords' meetings with your father, and a very familiar migraine start to appear on her right temple as you're surrounded. But the rest of you are probably amazed by the white ivory sculptures, the presence of the most regal of individuals of all of Waterdeep, of all the Sword Coast perhaps, and the straight pompousness, nobility, an air of, is it perfume or snootiness? You can't tell.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take long for you to open through the double mahogany doors for an elder gentleman to take a look over at you, look you up and down, and see that you're very clearly not any of the nobles in Waterdeep. walk over to all of you and go, excuse me, you must be the bad idea squad.
God damn it.
It just rolls off the tongue. I love it.
It's a great choice.
The council is expecting. Please follow me and do not dilly-dally. These people are not fun.
Can we change the name, guys?
It's too late.
Too late?
It's
I think
chilling.
it's stuck now.
It's in the paperwork, as they say.
That doesn't make me feel better.
The Major Domo leads you through the crowd of nobles, and in a very strange way, very politely is able to maneuver and not quite push people out of the way, but just almost as though he were making them move with his own mind and hand, simply carving a river through the sea of nobility. And I presume, Thessia, that you would drop the magic.
Oh yeah.
Here. Before you exit the main hall of the Palace of Waterdeep, as you're being led through by the Major Domo, you do hear one voice call out in your general election. Goes, "Oh goodness me! Is that Sigmund Gost?" And you see a very well-dressed, buxom lady with a flowing golden gown made of silk and you think real gold in the linings, with extremely flamboyant hair almost toppling off of her head, only counterbalanced by her bust, as she walks forward and goes, "Oh my, how you've grown! Oh, look at you! Finally in the Palace of Waterdeep, all on your own, huh? Ooh, I suppose you had to
That's Italian.
since that scant. Oh, sorry, big business. See you later, Master Gost."
He's covering his eyes.
Yeah, I'm like, it's my birthday. I will punch you in the face.
I don't care if we get watered in Waterdeep. Goddammit. So you all make your way out of the Lord's house, the Lord's hall, and continue down a small corridor. You see a number of people lit. The number of people seems to sway around. Some people trying to have as private of conversations as they can, speaking about, and then others heading to the lavatories and or adjusting their suits and ties and trying not to make too much of a disturbance. And you're led through the corridors until it gets quieter and quieter. Ooh, another thing that I should mention, Florence, is that you have never been in this building before, but you have been in the building attached, because it's Blackstaff Tower. And
Oh yeah.
yeah. So this place looks, vaguely familiar to you, and you try to, I assume you keep your head down a little bit to make sure just in case, certain people that you
May or may not have had some altercations with.
And eventually you're led actually up to the second story of the palace, and once you approach the stairs, you can see there is a gathering in a different hall from the Lords of a myriad of City Watch. However, they look very different than what you had normally expected and what you just saw out in the castle ward. And that is when you notice that their armor are all different, and in fact they wear the liveries not just of Waterdeep, but of city-states from all about the Sword Coast. Liveries of Baldur's Gate, Silvery Moon, Neverwinter, El Terrell are all represented here in this sort of gathering of guardsmen from across, as they are all going through procedures and making out in different ways and doing security measures for the gathering of nobles here. Quite an unusual sight, but of course, you didn't know what to expect when you came here. As you make your way up the staircase, however, utter silence. And you see only a few guardsmen posted on the second story, clad in full plate armor with very clear Waterdeep liveries, stationed at various strategic locations. And as you walk up the staircase, they keep a very close eye on you as you walk past. You make your way back down into a silent corridor, and you see double doors ahead of you, and the major domo looks to all of you and says, "The council awaits." Gestures.
Oh god.
Are you sure you didn't want to dress up, Zorro?
It's fine.
As you enter through the doors, you see before you a large ballroom of sorts, and there you see sat around a large table a number of even more exquisitely dressed individuals caught in the midst of what it seems to be a heated debate. I told you once, and I will tell you again, we will not risk our lives to... Excuse me. And you see the gentleman in the armor sit down, and you all walk into the room as the major domo gestures you and promptly closes the doors behind you. And as you make your way forward to the members of council table, you notice that these are individuals that, for the most part, you have all seen before, but perhaps have never seen in person, have only seen their paintings, or seen them on posters and the like. Legendary figures, to say the least, and the most striking of them stands up, a man in a very fluorescent blue cloak and bedazzled with jewelry and wares, with an exquisite goblet of wine in his hand, looks up, the graying human, looks up at you and says, so, I suppose that you are the adventurers that we've been waiting for, are you not?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That would
Very
be
good. Very good. Apologies that the session had begun without you, but we have had, as of late, a very busy day.
Please, no apologies necessary.
Usually a little late, and for that we apologize.
It is no worries. I have heard the reports that you have come a far distance to be here, so we thank you for that. Welcome to the Council of Waterdeep. Might I introduce all of our guests here, or have them introduce themselves. I am the arbiter of this council table. I assume you are familiar with me, but if you are not, my name is Open Lord Daggelt Neverember of Waterdeep and Lord Protector of Neverwinter.
Fuck.
Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, adventurers, and I hope that you can, with your information, bring about some sense of understanding to our fair council.
Of course, we accept your warmest of welcomes. We will do our best to
Yes,
inform you.
A bit of information.
of course, of course. I shall introduce the members of council table that are here present. I have been told that you have already met acquaintance with Lady Remalia Haventree.
It's just a little,
she-
hi, Mom.
and she stands up and does a bow. Yes, we have already been quite well acquainted. I know of them. Hello again. I trust that you have all been well.
Doing the best we can.
Excellent.
I
excellent.
wouldn't say that.
But if you don't remember, my name is Ramalia Haventree, Lady Ramalia Haventree, and of course, here at council table, I am the representative for the Harpers here. So it is a pleasure to meet you all again.
Great to see you again.
Lord Neverember raises his wine glass to that. I've also been told that you have met the acquaintance of Onthar Froom as well. Ah, yes! My old drinking buddies!
Woo!
I'm kidding, of course. They were my previous guests back home in Elturel. But it is a pleasure to see you all safe and sound. At least, yeah. Nobody left from last time, so that's good. So he's not going to say the name again. But some of them are my guests from Elturel, so you go a long distance back. So it is a pleasure to see you all again. But my name is Onthar Froom, and of course, as most of you know, I represent the Order of the Continent. It is a pleasure. Yes, always a pleasure to be in the acquaintance of the clergy. Onthar. Next, still on my right, you may go ahead. Yes, I greet you. And you can see as this man rises that, unlike the rest, he seems the most uncomfortable with being here. You can notice that he looks very human, but you can see some half-elven features from him, his slightly pointed ears sticking out from his hair. And he definitely looks very uncomfortable with where he is. Not in the fact that he's uncomfortable at council table, but at the fact that he looks like an outlander, and he's in literally the epicenter of a metropolis. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I have heard good things of all of you. My name is Delan Winterhound. I represent the Emerald Enclave here at council table. Pleasure to have the fair from the Moon Shayals here. Next here, we have Conrad. Yes, perhaps you should mention the rest. Oh, yes, of course. My apologies. I forget that they are mostly unacquainted with the formalities of this, but the rest of the members of council table, we represent the Lord's Alliance. You see, as you all may be aware, the Lord's Alliance is a confederation of our fair city-states, and Conrad here is representing the dwarves of both Mithril Hall and the other citadels. Go ahead. Yes, I am King Conrad Bronanvil of Mithril Hall, and I hear that you are fine warriors, so I hope that we can make good acquaintance and that we can settle this matter of ours easily. Well said, Conrad, well said. And next, we have representing the Misty Forest and the High Forest elves. Greetings. I am King Melindra. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. And you may recognize the other figures here at council table, but we shall proceed with our introductions. And the next figure stands. This one also famous, like Daggled Neverember. He stands. Greetings. I am Grand Duke and Marshal Older Raven Guard from Baldur's Gate. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope that we can all leave here with some substantial arrangements. All right. Very good. Thank you, Older. And next we have Tam. and an old man just barely stands up and goes, "Ugh. Greetings. I am Tan Hornblade of Silvery Moon. You might know me. I am former High Mage Thunder Spells, formerly. I know technically I'm not in charge of Silvery Moon anymore, but, you know, I was sent out here to represent our fair city on the council. So nice to make all your acquaintance, adventurers, and, yes. Sits back down. Thank you, Tan. And last but not least, representing Daggerford. And rising from his seat, you see, more like you all than the rest, a very clear soldier with gleaming plate armor, sparkling with gold increscents, and a purple cape flowing over his shoulder. Rising, though not rising very well, as you can see a staff that he is holding, with a little emerald gem inside, seemingly made out of dragon bone, as he stands with a slight limp and stands before you. And some of you recognize that this is retired adventurer and hero Daggerford, Sir Istaval. Says, "Greetings to all of you. I am Sir Istaval, representing Daggerford on the council here, and also, of course, representing the fair kingdom of Cormyr here. As I have already discussed with council table, I represent Cormyr here. I have been told by our fair king that our fair kingdom that the activity across the border is something that needs to be examined. So I'm here to not only act as a representative, but to ensure that no threat comes to our fair kingdom." And as he says that, the dwarf Conrad speaks up and says, "What he means to say is that he's a spy. I would not call my job as such, sir. I understand that my circumstances are not the greatest, but I hope that we can all reach good tidings to, you know, solve this situation. Hopefully, Lathander's light will shine on all of us and be able to guide us all to success this day." And he very cautiously sits back down. Also, if you didn't notice, yes, the crest on him is a holy symbol of Lathander. That is what that symbol is.
Rudy's just like gonna quickly like go inside, kind of like throw out her emblem as well. Like, I don't have to hide it.
He sees you. He doesn't say anything, but he does a little greeting to you, because he doesn't want to be rude. And as those members, I haven't actually counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As the 9 members of the Council of Waterdeep. If I was really cool and really good at this, I could switch between the images as I'm speaking to let you know which one's speaking, but that is way too fucking hard. So I'm not gonna do it. But I might try. We'll see.
It would be helpful.
Though. Editor, do that.
Yeah.
Decrypt my vocals and do that for me. No, but anyway.
Like.
And Daggled Neverember stands again and says, "Please, we have laid out seats for you here to sit and to as we begin our council meeting, but our council has already heard the reports of your activities from Onthar, from Leosin, and also from Remalia and her cohort of spies and the like. We do prefer informants, Master Lord." Yeah, of course, informants. But I believe all of the council would like to know any of the information that has been left out, so if you would be so kind as to present your side of the story, your experiences with the Cult of the Dragon to our council, we would be appreciative to hear the tale.
Let me just.
Well,
Boy,
where do
to
we begin?
start?
Florence is breaking out the notebook, paging through the pages. If I done ahead of time, I would have compiled a more concise, overview of this. But I'll page through my notes as best I can.
It is no problem, but I do believe Master Erlanther said that it began with you three, no? And he gestures to Sigmund, Thessia, and Rudy.
Oh, we're going way back.
We're going way back.
Yes, we would
Yes.
like to know, of course, as you are aware, the cult is very mysterious in its movements, and you are the only first-hand witnesses that we have. It would be very much appreciative if you could go through the entire story.
Well, I guess it kind of starts with me and Sigmund and Thessia, because my hometown is Grenis.
Started in Granis.
Yes, it started in Grenis from our point of view. And
From anyone's
We
point
just-
of view, it started in
Yeah.
Granis.
yeah, so Grenis was attacked and raided. Some buildings were burned to the ground and stuff like that. And the cult raided Grenis and just ran away and ransacked it all. And we followed them.
They ransacked specifically valuables.
Yes, gold. Anything.
What kind of assets did this cult have? Did they just have normal banditry equipment, or was there something about them that made them extra effective against your town? Was it?
They had
Many
a-
things.
They had a blue dragon.
And a dragon.
Yeah.
A blue dragon. That's
Blue.
a living one.
Yes.
Yep.
That's quite strange. Back in my day, they only used dragon liches, so strange that they use the living now.
Yeah. Something you should know is that the colors mean a lot depending on who is in charge and stuff. Those who wear purple are mostly the ones on the higher ranks.
Yes, we have heard reports that the wearers of purple are the commanders, the captains, and the like of their units.
Yeah.
The first wearers of purple that we came in contact with was Langadrosa Cyanrath and Frulam Mundop.
Well,
Correct.
what did you do from there after they attacked your village?
We followed them to their camp, and we disguised ourselves as one of the newest members of the cult, and were able to infiltrate it for a while. One of them did know that we were not a part of the cult right away, but at the time he did not out us and just let us go with a task, I believe. There was no task. It was just a deal between Sigmund and him. That's a
We don't
long
need
story.
to get into that. That's a
Yeah.
whole different thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, how
so
familiar are we
besides-
all with the inner workings of the different sects in the cult?
We have heard various reports that they have divided themselves into multiple units based on dragon colors.
Correct. Of course, they're all named. There's the Ebony
course.
Wing, the Ivory Claw, the Jade Hide. What was it? I think it started with a V. Can anyone help me out here? Anybody?
That's all you, buddy. I'm sorry.
Guys,
Um,
this is like recent stuff.
Ebony Wing.
I don't remember them all being listed.
Hold on. I have it in my notes.
Well, besides those details, those can be exchanged through letter later. What happened
Right,
after
right.
after you infiltrated the camp? Did you
Oh,
attack it? inside.
No, it was a
No.
stealth mission. We just saved the captives along with.
We were there to gather information.
We were able to free all of the captive residents of Granist, and we
Aye,
freed...
that's when you busted old Erlanther out, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was this guy. Yeah.
And with
Excellent.
that,
So you then escaped with the prisoners, and the cult disappeared afterwards.
Well,
No.
see, we came back to the camp to track their activities, but they had moved essentially. They had abandoned camp.
Yes.
What was left inside, however, was the dragon hatchery.
A hatchery, you say?
Mhm.
Correct. We did our best to find all the eggs inside and destroy them. Hopefully, we did not miss any.
As you say those words, you notice that there is a slight murmur amongst the council, and this is the first time you notice that they are all not on the same page about it. You see some of them nod their heads, but others of them just slowly shake their heads. The one that is the most upset, you see, is the representative of the Emerald Enclave, Delon Winterhound. Shakes his head and says, "You destroyed all of them."
I'm sorry, was it something I said? Yes, we destroyed all of them, of course. We're not going to leave weapons in the hands of the enemy.
Those were not weapons, those were creatures. You have killed
Creatures can be weaponized.
innocent creatures and disrupted the natural order. Even if they were in the hands of some disgusting beings, they are still innocent creatures. They are mere babies, not even babies. You slaughtered them.
So what would you have preferred we had done?
And Daggold speaks up and he says, "No, I think it was a good decision to take care of the threat when you saw them. However, if you did keep the eggs, we could have kept them and then sold them to some reasonable buyers and then used the extra gold to hire mercenaries in order to help us tackle this threat of theirs and use their own assets against them."
Unfortunately, the eggs were out of reach. We destroyed them with arrows and such.
Yes, it is. I understand your need to feel that they were taken out, but if we had kept them, I just wonder if maybe perhaps we could have used them for ransom. You know, the people of my organization would say that perhaps we could have used them to bargain back and ransom with their parents to keep them out of the fight in the future. And you see that the old man, Terran Hornblade, also nods his head. But
Sure.
But as he does, he says, "I understand your point, Haventree, but at the same time, I sympathize with the adventurers here. As much as ransoming them would have been profitable for us, Sir Neverwinter, Sir Neverember, a misfit group of freshly acquainted adventurers would find it rather dangerous to hold on to even just a few dragon eggs all on their own. Not only would the dragons themselves be after them, but who knows what kind of banditry would attack them on the road from Grenist, even up back to your place, Ravengard, to Baldur's Gate. So I respect your decision that it would have been quite a danger to take them with you.
They would have
Will
come
not.
after my hometown. Couldn't let that happen again.
And everyone nods their head, but you can see that some are, particularly Dylan, are still a little bit miffed that the eggs were destroyed. And the one to speak up next is Grand Duke Older Ravenguard. He says, "Well, continue on your story then. Once you had destroyed the hatchery, what was your next encounter with the cult? You said that they had left Grenest?"
My thanks, yes, they have.
Yes, they left their
However,
camp.
Not all of them, because we encountered a very specific Dragon Cult member.
That being?
Frulum Munda.
Yeah.
Which I swiftly eradicated.
I did.
I don't think it matters who did it. It's just a matter of that it was done.
No. Zorrias, I'd like to take charge of like the bad guys. Okay?
I would also like to inform that you didn't speak of me being there at all.
Oh, we were.
We were
This is after
killing it?
killing. You weren't there yet. Yeah.
So after that, we encountered Zorrias, of course.
Yes.
And then we moved on, and we headed towards Alteras.
That's when they met me. And, of course, I can tell you all the story from there. As you all already know, Leosin and I sent them off on a little scouting mission after they gave us the information to stalk the cult on their little caravan and find out exactly where they were headed. And turned out all right. They rendezvoused with Remy. And Remalia gives a nod. And after that, they continued to follow up outside of Waterdeep, correct? And please tell us all about what happened after you left Waterdeep, because I'll be honest, that's the place where we're in the dark with all of you.
Wow.
Well, I think
A
I know
lot
everyone's
happened.
together. So
That's
I'll let
where my
someone else.
note-taking picks up, because I began adventuring with the party, of course, from here on out.
You can see that as Florence starts talking, Remalia Haventree just like does a little thing, and you can just hear mouth "thank you." This is why I sent you.
So we were tasked with heading up the high road because we were watching the cult members go with a caravan up there, and we were following at that point a hoard of gold, looking to see where it was going. So we joined the caravan to go up the high road with the suspected cult members, and we went all the way to a roadhouse at the very end where the gold was then being stored. From there, a lot happened. The gold was being stored in a strong house there, and then in a kind of a strong room there. And in the strong room was actually a secret entrance into a passage through the swamp that led to a castle called Castle Neritar. Now the gold was being taken then along the high road to the roadhouse, and then through this passage, Castle Neritar. Although actually, I think at the time that gold was being stored there and then was being taken back or taken elsewhere. But some of it was coming through the swamp as well. In Castle Neritar, we had to disguise and go undercover with the cult. So we made contact with their primary sort of like castle lord, I guess. Their in charge there was Dralmor Born Grey. And we sort of took up position as a new group within the cult. So, in Castle Neritar, there we found the Farseer of Ilisk, which was an incredible find, for sure. As well as many other things, of course. We also met a half-dragon there named Rezimir, who was Purple Cloak as well, so a high-ranking member within the cult. She was a worm speaker in particular. They have some speaking connection with the dragons.
It was there that she was communicating to not one, but two black dragons in the swamp. She was using the Farseer of Ilisk to view and study these two black dragons. They're twin dragons, both same level of maturity. They almost sort of acted in tandem and lived together, which seemed very rare to me as well. In all my dragon studies, it usually indicates a very bad thing. So she was using the Farseer of Ilisk. I was able to peek through the Farseer of Ilisk to see these two black dragons move off into the swamp. I also have a rough star chart of what I could see of the stars to try and get a position of where their den is. If you would like my chart as well, I can get that in my journal for you. Or recreate.
Yes, my scribes will be in touch to retrieve the information and copy it from you.
Oh, certainly. I've plenty to transcribe. I can also make a more concise version for you as well.
Excellent, excellent.
So there was an ancient ruin around the position, around where the dragons were laying as well. It's very common for black dragons to take up residence around ruins. So, from there, so we were in a bit of a predicament. Castle Neratar was sort of the end of the line as far as the path through the swamp went. And there was something big going down. Rezimir was talking about phase 2 of the plan, and we could tell that she had left and there was something big going down. So we got in touch with the local lizard folk that they were sort of using as slaves, workers. They were wanting to start a rebellion, and we incited the rebellion and threw the castle into chaos. In the chaos, we were able to go down into the castle's dungeon area. We found a teleportation circle that we had seen Rezimir using the day before. We were able to use that teleportation circle and, in the chaos, follow it to its last used location, which was a very interesting lodge. I'm not exactly sure of that position. It's just sort of popped us into the mountains. It is a very secret location within the cult where I guess a lot of their big important members come to meet. So, in there was all sorts of things. I mean, it was sort of like a hotel for the big members of the cult. There are apparently 5 worm speakers, worm talkers, of which Rezimir is one. And Talus the White, I think, was the one that we met there. She was either contending to be a worm speaker or already one. Guys, can you back me up?
Contending to be one.
Contending.
But was replaced by Rezimir.
But was replaced, right. So there was contention there between them, which we sort of took advantage of because they found us there right away. So, that's what it was. So, but she was a gatekeeper for the cult as well. There they had all sorts of religious iconography of dragons burning down villages and destroying caravans, and of Queen Tiamat, a 5-headed dragon herself, crushing Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, and Neverwinter in her fearsome talons. It was very interesting. Anyway, so from there, Talus brought us to her, essentially, to ask us to sabotage Rezimir's operation at the Skyreach Castle, which is a castle owned by a giant that floats in the air and floats along by the Four Winds. So, we got the way to Skyreach Castle, got on the flying castle, and it was crawling with cults. This Skyreach Castle seemed to be where they were funneling most of the gold from their hoards and gathering. It had a big hoard in kind of the hold of the castle, in which there was a white dragon living. So we went to Skyreach Castle, and we did we did manage to find, let me see, we did manage to find Rezimir right away, and we battled with her, and we did manage to kill her, as far as I know. In fact, we have her sword with us as well. It is cursed. We don't want it.
That would be a matter left best in the hands of the clergy, I believe.
Right. Anyway, but we when we killed her, she had some kind of black dragon mask that came off. We were not able to recover it. It sort of regenerated and disappeared. But we were able to successfully get rid of her, as far as I'm aware. So, after killing Rezimir and some other, let me see, what else did we do? There's a lot that happened there.
The dragon.
Yes, we killed the white dragon. We had ventured into the core of the castle, dueled with the white dragon that lives there, and managed to get it to fly off and finally killed it, and it fell to the ground. From that point, everything was pandemonium, so we had to get off the castle for a little bit. I actually managed to land the killing blow as it was on its last legs, but not quite dead when it fell. But it was assured dead after I guiding bolted it one last time. Then from there, the giants of the castle, who were not particularly fond of the white dragon or the cult in general, took care of the rest of them for us. And it was on Skyreach Castle that the Harpers found us, and then we traveled from there to here.
Wait,
I also have other filler information about dragons that I learned along the way, in case you want any of that. But
the scribes will take the notes later. But you courted with the giants?
We briefly talked with them, yes. The one that runs Skyreach Castle was amenable with us since we killed off the dragon that he was not particularly a fan of.
Oh, good work.
So,
Guess
and
we
then
don't
he
have giants to deal with too, hey fellas?
So he is now taking the castle back to the spine of the world, I think he called it. And now it is no longer being used by the cult. They were using that castle as a primary, I think, like people mover across the continent.
If I were you, I would have just wrenched that castle out of those damn giants' hands.
They're quite formidable up close.
Anything can be felled with a strong axe.
We were very tempted, but I think it was much more important to the group that we made sure that all of us survived to give out the full story to the council here.
Yes, I do believe it is rather commendable for all of you to have gone to such an effort, and congratulations on defeating both the dragon and also Rezmir, the Rezmir the Black. You might not be aware of this fully, but our reports indicate that the 5 worm speakers that you have discovered are, in fact, the 5 leaders of the cult themselves. So the fact that you were able to follow them, one of them, is, well, it's a great sign for things to come. So good job.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, and of course, one thing to say is the Raven didn't exactly find you. You see, because Zorrias here has been promoted to agent, so his insignia is a tracker.
Oh, he was.
It's what?
Well, how do you think we always find each other?
I was going to say that seemed a little convenient.
Oh, no,
I thought it was the raven I had.
We don't know about that, but yes, we have specially utilized equipment to make sure that all of our agents are safe and sound. So your signet is. Your master didn't tell you this, Zorrias?
No.
It is to make sure that we can always get information to each other. How do you think we always find you?
I just figured that it's not very hard to find us, I'll be honest.
We are kind of loud.
That is also
I'm clearly doing a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want the sword? Like, I know that we want to give it to the clergy, but do you want to like say hi to it?
No. The church. Let's not discuss.
That is not. Please do not draw any of your weapons here at council table.
My apologies.
I will say as well, there is a very important book by the name of the Draconomicon that is likely in the hands of the cult. That was one of the things that I discovered in my research, though I could not confirm it. But one of the things that obviously is probably partly how they're getting their power.
Scheiße. Okay. Well, that's not good. But that's fine. It's we had a theory that it was in their hands for a long time. So if they haven't been able to put it to good use in all this time, it must not be good enough, huh?
The way Talus was talking when we were at the lodge, it sounded like they may have been using the Draconomicon to promote their highest members into dragonhood.
It may, maybe how they're constructing these. Perhaps they're constructing these dragon masks that you speak of. Maybe the knowledge from that book has allowed them to find these artifacts or something like that.
Right.
Something to keep an eye on for sure.
I have a fake copy of the Draconomicon. Obviously not the real one, but that was where I garnered this knowledge.
Oh, one of the reproductions. Those are from my library.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. Did study on that for a while. Sorry for one taking up your time. But I did want to make a point that since I am the one with experience with these people here, the last time the cult attacked Silvery Moon, they, as you all are aware, they were using very different tactics. The cult of the dragon was formidable, but utilizing specifically Dracoliches. Their whole process was constructing undead dragons, and their whole methodology was, getting as many undead dragons as possible because they believe that if you're undead, you're immortal and all that stuff. Of course, I and my companions were able to defeat them easily, but it is rather strange that you bring up that they're now under the worship of Tiamat. That's not something that they used to do. So.
Yes, I do have a copy of the Holy Book of Tiamat, if that is of any use.
Perhaps we'll consider it, but it is certainly different. That speaks to perhaps a change in leadership from them or something, or a change in their methodologies, which means that the previous information that we have is perhaps not useless. Excuse me.
It did seem quite tainted with some religious zealotry. Yes.
Yes. Well, it is good that you provided the information to us. Yes, masked woman.
Eden steps forward and takes a deep bow
Zora starts sweating.
as she says, "My name is Eden. I have been adventuring with this party for a good while now. There is something else I thought I should bring to all of your attention."
Go ahead.
I have spoken with a few, and I thought it would be important to mention that the dragon cult is in an alliance with the Red Wizards.
The Red Wizards of Thay.
Yes,
They
it
court
was
with the cult?
entertaining to speak to them, yes.
The damn bastards. I told you that alliance would never work out. I should have struck down that deal as soon as it came up. I have a right of mine to tear down that embassy right now. Now, Open Lord Neverember, might you let our guest speak the full story? Right, sorry. I get carried away about these things, my people and all. Please continue.
Understandable. We all have a obligation to our blood. The Red Wizards have a investment with the Dragon Cult, yet they do not align themselves. Imagine it as a trader being invested in the supplier's wares. While they don't get in bed financially, there's certain aspects of their relationship that require a close working one. The Res Wizard's desire to see the cult's plan come to fruition, or at least very close to that, as they have a vested interest in the future of the actual cult itself.
It sounds like this deal is on shaky ground, however. How many Red Wizards did you encounter?
Well, it's not a high number. I was only personally able to speak to Rath Modar.
Rathdar. We will send an investigation on this name and be sure. It is possible that perhaps this shaky alliance could be fortuitous for us. Any assets that are taken from this cult is better for our situation. Very
You
good.
should know that they're open to negotiations as long as you sustain their interests.
Well, let us stay for you. Very good. Anything else from all of you?
That should be all. Thank you for hearing me.
Of course. Well, I think that settles our discussions, no?
I do have something I'd like to leave with the council.
Of course, please do speak.
Sigmund will put on the table. Is there a table?
Yeah.
Resmir's chest. Now, I have reason to believe that that black mask was teleported using this chest. I was just thinking it may be of interest to you all.
Rebellia? Yes, of course. And Romalia stands. And may you move the chest here, please?
I do as she asks.
She begins to cast some sort of spell, weaves around the weave, almost like an intricate dance with her fingers, and moves them all around, and begins to make a circle and look about the chest, and almost as though peering through a lens, begins to examine it all. Well, good news, everyone. It is not going to explode. Some of the members of the council just breath there. The more sturdier members like Neverember and Ravenguard don't move. Go. Very well. It looks like this is some sort of teleportation device. Though it is sense inert, it looks like it is used to transport items. What I believe happened is perhaps there was a one-time use teleportation rune placed inside this chest, and perhaps upon a series of activations, the rune would activate and elevate to the level and take the contents inside the chest and teleport them elsewhere. So, if you say the mask went in here, it looks like it is, well, it has gone wherever this led, in the sense diffused. Of course, we could try to reconstruct the teleportation rune and perhaps track the sigil sequence, but that would mean using it, and unless you are willing to sacrifice a limb or a head to see where the rune leads, it is unfortunately not going to work out. But thank you for bringing it to our attention, my dear.
Of course.
Well, it does seem that then that the Black Dragon Mask is truly in their hands. No?
It seemed like so.
I still don't feel that these cultists are enough of a threat for us to construct some sort of army to fight them. If a band of adventurers can take them out easily and one of its leaders, then why do we need to work and mount this force to combat them? Clearly it is underhand. And as it stands, I need as many men as I can to defend Mithril Hall from the bastards that try to invade us. While I don't often agree with my compatriot king, he does speak a rather fine point. My people are already at their weakest expanse that they have been for centuries. And for us to take an open stance against this cult may spell disaster for us. I do not necessarily see the point in continuing this alliance any further, especially since not all ears on this council table are as friendly as they may seem. And he and most of the other members of council look over to Sir Isteval at the table. He goes, Now, members of the council, I have to say that in my experience, there is only two ways to deal with threats. Either we stand together and fight these threats as allies, or we fall individually on our own and crumble into dust. It might not look like much now, but I guarantee you, that soon we will all need each other's help. And if we are to turn our backs now, well, when the time comes, it'll be too late. And the ones we called friends will no longer be at our side. And now, I know that many of you may think ill of me for representing Cormyr, but I promise you this. I wish to stand together. So who will stand with Cormyr?
If I may speak as well, again.
Yes, of
What
course.
we found of the cult and what we were able to see was a grain of rice, truly, in what seemed like their entire enterprise. In fact, even getting to Rezimir and getting rid of her and the like was engineered by another cult member taking advantage of a rivalry. I really don't think the losses that we incurred on them were things that they hadn't already predicted or accounted for. And it seemed like they were prepared already to move ahead with their plan that has been very well organized.
This is nothing but a minor blow to what they already have and can do. Um, I, I think that it's a lot of we were in the right place at the right time, and we struck out of weakness, but things like that won't happen very often, and even so, it was a hard fought battle to get what we got out of it.
Of course. I agree with the adventurers. And I agree with all of Council. It is hard to allocate our resources together, but that is because, at the end of the day, we lack the information, do we not? We require more information to be gathered and more events to happen for us to really come together for this. So let us not give up hope on each other now, for many fortuitous things are coming our way, and we must do something. We must avenge the lives that have already been taken. And we must push forward, I think, in order to gather the information on this cult and, before it's too late, figure out a way to fix it. I agree with Romalia. In fact, I think I speak for the entire Order of the Gauntlet that these adventurers have proved themselves worthy of our support, and as such, I think they are worthy of all of our support. I've seen their work firsthand, and I have to say I'm rather impressed. Who knows what they might be able to accomplish for us? They've already gone so far, felled the dragon, killed the leader. Who knows? They might take care of it all for us, huh? We don't know until we try. And I think, with them, we ought to give them a try. Huh? I agree. And I speak for my agent, Leos and Erlanther, that they are quite capable. Even being inexperienced, they were able to rescue a high Harper operative and get them out of the situation. And he trusted them on this task, and they have succeeded where many others would have fallen. The Harpers also very much support the Bad Idea Squad in their accomplishments. Yes, of course. I hear what you members of council say, and I think we can all be in agreement that more information and more sessions are necessary in order to truly deal with this crisis. No? You see all the other members of council, nod their heads in agreement. Good, good. Besides, we don't know what lasts. First, I'd like to deal with the elephant in the room. I motion a vote. All in favor of Sir Isteval remaining on the Council of Waterdeep. And adventurers, you may vote as well. Though you all count as one seat, just to let you know.
Ooh, we're a seat.
All in favor of allowing Sir Isteval of Daggerford and Cormyr to stay on council table, please raise your hands. And you see that Romalia and Onthar raise their hands. And do you guys all raise your hands, or do you?
What
Florence
does
raises her.
Sigmund know about Cormyr and the animosity towards it?
Cormyr is just a bordering nation to the south. It's not that they're enemies of Faerun or anything. It's just that they're not the Sword Coast, and the problem is that Sir Isteval is a spy for them. Though of course he told everybody.
Okay.
But Cormyr is just a kingdom to the south that are, they're like France to Germany. They're like, we don't hate them, we don't like them. Sometimes we go to war, sometimes we don't. Yeah. Does the Bad Idea Squad vote to keep Sir Isteval on?
Eden, who's been busy, just hands in her pack for the past few minutes, just also takes out a small little paper that reads abstain.
Nice.
I would say that our seat votes yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Your
saying
seat votes
yes. Sigmund says
Yeah.
yes.
Well, I said
Romalia-
no, actually, but if majority says yes, then that's fine.
Yeah, technically.
Oh, okay.
Romalia says yes. Onthar says yes. King Melandrock actually says yes. Ulter says yes, and Terran says yes. And you guys say yes. So
Yeah.
with that, though there is some opposition, Sir Isteval votes to remain in the council. Gracefully. Well, I appreciate that from all of you. He says, gritting his teeth a little bit, because not everybody voted for him. Very good. And
The price. I love democracy.
now on to the matter of the adventuring party before us.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
I have here on the documents before me that one member of the party is in fact a wanted man here in my splendorous city of Waterdeep.
Sigmund's gonna look behind him. I like
We're all looking at you like.
So, Sigmund, Gost, may you please stand.
He gets up slowly.
Hello, boy.
Rudy's in the back.
I have heard about you.
Good things, I hope.
I heard about your father.
That's the bad thing.
It is not quite graceful of you to follow onto his path, but members of the squad.
Oh.
Can you vouch for your criminal compatriot here? Because
Vouch that
otherwise-
he's good and we should keep him, or vouch that he's a criminal and we should get rid of him.
Whichever you believe is the truth.
Look.
Whoa, Sigmund, look at that. All your entire future lies in our hands right now.
What? No.
Yeah,
How does it feel?
stressful.
The RPG prompt has just popped up. Would you like to dismiss Sigmund forever?
I don't know, Jonathan. Do you want to make a new character?
Just imagine.
I don't have a choice.
Every time that it's like insert party member he'll will remember that. This is the time where the decision comes in handy.
Don't remember that.
I would like to know everyone's individual vote, if that's okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure we're all going to give our reasoning.
Yeah,
Who's going first?
I'll go first. Now, I've known Sigmund for a while now. I have saved his ass many, many times. But I do have to say that all of the bad he has done has been not as bad as you think it is. He's done a lot better. I think that he's grown as a person, and he has changed a lot to be a better person. And coming from a paladin of Lathander, which is actually, look at where we are, that means a lot. As somebody who is supposed to look and have spread the light of Lathander and greatness, I think that he has been moving towards that. He actually did become a follower of Lathander and moved to be reborn. And then other things happened.
I like to imagine Sigmund's behind her, like.
Besides that, he did change his ways for the better. And I think that is what we are looking for. And I think that he should not be punished any longer, as he already has been punished. Many times! Due to death. Twice.
Wait, I don't say that.
Deathly wise.
I'd just like to point out that Paladin of Lathander, Sir Istaval, is staring very intently throughout the entire speech.
As somebody has spoken to Lathander many times.
Lathander! Someone who praises Lathander every morning.
Anyone else? Would you like to vouch for Sir Gost here?
I will say that though Sigmund may not know when thievery is worthwhile, he was very, very instrumental in helping us keep our position within the cult, and very good at the deception and trickery necessary to do our infiltration, and yet still remained loyal to us throughout the whole ordeal. And it required a lot of planning and a lot of risk on his part, but he did a very good job.
Good boy, you get a star.
And I think that his sort of expertise will do us very good going forward as well.
The
Thank
rest
you.
of you?
Anyone else other than Zorrias?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you want me to wait? I get it. I'll wait
Other
until
than-
the end. I got
Other
something
than
good to say.
stripper bean eating Zorrias, I don't want to.
Thessia?
Thessia! No, go ahead, Aidan.
Girlfriend. I believe that Sigmund Gost has done more than anybody has ever done for me before.
Honest opinion. No, just kidding.
Alright.
He has come to our rescue when we needed it the most. And he was able to help provide materials that we needed to go on our journeys. And I vouch for him.
You know, he did bring a lot of trouble to our journeys.
I like to slap Rudy's face.
I mean, he. Yeah.
Would anyone else
Well,
like to
just-
speak on behalf of Mr. Gost?
Eden, would you like to go
Aidan,
before I
you're-
roast
you're
him
always
or...
Eden
so well
steps
spoken.
forward.
Huh?
Council members, my name is Eden. You
They already
do
know
not
that.
know me well. I am a humble adventurer that goes forth to accept contracts from towns who might not have adventurers or funds in order to sustain them, but I take the contracts nonetheless. And there's a saying where I'm from that a good man doesn't want to be a good man, but they have to. In the moment, they try to do what's right. And knowing Sigmund Gost, coming from a complicated and at many times perhaps not the best of circumstances. In my time in this party, I recognize that when the 12th hour struck, when our party needed our backs covered, Sigmund Goss did not turn around, but put himself in the line of fire for us. That's what I can report on.
Sigmund will bow to the council.
Very good.
Rudy's
You?
crying.
I think that wraps it up.
Oh, we
I think-
got one more member, actually.
There's one more member, Sigmund.
So listen, you really, buddy, you don't.
No,
Silence.
Sigmund, please. Please. Thank you.
Speak.
Thank you, Lord Protector. A humble citizen of Neverwinter myself, and I thank you for your fine work.
I'm going to jail.
I'm going to jail.
Sigmund Gost is a bastard. But not only is he a bastard, but he is also a lying, thieving bastard. That being said, he is good at lying and thieving, which is exactly what we need for our mission. We have been infiltrating the cult a multitude of times that we wouldn't have been able to do without Sigmund's help. He is good at what he does, sometimes, and it shows that he has a criminal record here that he can get out of line sometimes. But that being said, I think Sigmund is a redeemable man and is moving towards the side of good. And I think that he is working hard to not be a burden, to not be a problem, to help as much as he can. And I have to say, while he is a bastard, that bastard is my friend. So I do vouch for his good nature.
I would also like to put in that I'm like basically his like body police guy, because I really do keep him in line and I hit him and I wrangle him in.
I don't
Most
know
of the time I yell at him, make sure he's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
I'm like basically his mom. I'm yelling at him. No, Sigmund. Can't have that. No, don't steal that.
Rudy is the
so-
parole officer.
No, yes, thank you. I am the parole officer. I'll continue to be it.
I believe that you have made your points. Oh man. Hang on, sorry. I didn't realize turning off noise suppression would make you all hear my AC. My bad.
AC!
I was trying to, because it kept cutting out my never-ember coughs.
Oh.
my dramatic never-ember coughs, but oh well, I'll figure it out. Oh, now it does. Okay, now it did it.
You have to do it loud.
Very well. And as Sigmund remains standing, the rest of you take your seats. Lord Neverember stands, and you see him look at the rest of council table, but then just look back at you. And you think he's going to call for a vote, but he just looks at Sigmund. From the center of the table to the other end. He goes, well, I have heard what they have to say. And, of course, this is not a matter for the council here, but this is a matter for the open lord, isn't it? Now, normally, under normal circumstances, I would have you sent straight to the magisters, and the masked lords and the magisters would deal with your sentencing and have trial for you for any crimes that you have committed. However, given the circumstances of the situation, and as the members of this table have said, the need for enterprising individuals like yourselves to go forth and, well, help us help the world, so to speak, against this cult. Sigmund, I am willing to offer you a deal. I motion to the council to deputize the Bad Idea Squad with emergency investigative powers, and a writ demonstrating such in order to proceed with their investigation and dismantling of the Cult of the Dragon, giving them access to various resources and sites from our organizations as deemed necessary, but with the oversight of the council to make final decisions for them. And, along with this writ, giving wanted criminal Sigmund Gost parole temporarily while he performs his writ, and have it, should it be successful, lessen his service as community service.
Isn't taking down a dragon cult enough community service?
I think that's what he's getting at.
We will see, Sigmund. After all, you still have to show your worth to this council. Should the writ-receiving Bad Idea Squad misbehave or abuse their emergency investigative powers, their actions will be reviewed, their writ revoked, and any criminal actions that they undertake will be tried and brought to justice.
No,
All in favor?
powers are we granted here exactly?
All in favor? Do not speak out of turn again. I speak to the council, not to you. All in favor? Say aye. And all the members of the council go, aye. Very well. Your written writ will be delivered to you later today. You still live in the Gost estate, I presume. Since you're the only resident of the City of Splendors, and given that the council has chosen to meet here in Waterdeep for the remaining period of our sessions, so long as Liberty permits us, in order to have a base of operations for your individuals, the Gost estate shall act as the official headquarters for the Bad Idea Squad. And your writ and any information given to you by the council, as well as any orders or necessary agreements, shall be sent to your address. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
Now, that does not mean that I am making you the official and leader of your group. That is something for you all to decide. Of course,
we've got it figured out.
Yeah.
Of course, I am certain that the guild will want to establish you as a full organization once this news of this takes place. And you understand that any further criminal actions from you or the rest of your merry band will be met with swift justice. However, for the time being, so long as it pertains to the investigation, you need not heed necessarily the law of the land in order to combat the cult. That does not mean that you have a freedom to kidnap, steal, and or murder. What that does mean is that, for example, should it be necessary, the writ will give you access to various resources from members of this council. In example, should you necessitate any investigation in Baldur's Gate, the writ shall give you free access to various resources, free passage through the gates, etc. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, absorbently.
Excellent. And just so you know, Mr. Gost, your crimes against the city of Waterdeep will not be forgotten. You have your freedom now, but once this is concluded, we will see where we stand. Understood? And remember, if you attempt to run, you have far too many witnesses now, good sir. Do I make myself clear?
I will not be running. You have my word.
Good, good. With that, as our meeting adjourns, is there anything else that needs to be spoken with the council? Only from me, open lord. Oop, wrong one. I have a few contacts that have information for our emergency investigators. So they will be sent promptly to the Gost estate in order to inform them of their future actions. Very good. And I will have a scribe arrive at the estate in order to copy down the notes that you have so kindly provided for us.
Oh yeah, I've got all kinds of them.
Very good. With that, the first session of the Council of Waterdeep. Yes.
Before we left, I wanted to provide a gift to all the council members, if I would have permission to approach the table.
Approach.
And how many council members are there?
9.
A lot. That's a lot of bottles. So Eden would like to start pulling out bottles, spiced wine that she got from the Dragon Horde, and
They're real spiced wine, right?
yeah, she uses her
Okay.
right hand to pass to the council members, and her left hand to pass to Romalia, Lord of Waterdeep, and Onthar. And she goes around the table saying, "These are bottles of spiced wine from the Dragon's Horde. I figured you would all appreciate the irony and the taste."
They all variously nod in agreement. You see, Neverember doesn't even bother for any security things. He just immediately takes the wine, cuts it open, and pours it into his goblet.
My man!
My man!
He's like, "That's my leader. That's my
guy.
That's my guy." Various members they take it and they thank you. Althar, of course, also says, "Hi." Takes it and pours it in. The council appreciates your gifts, Eden. Very well. The first session of the Council of Waterdeep stands adjourned. Everyone rises from their chairs, and very swiftly, as busy nobles do, most of them very quickly leave the council room, sort of giving you very awkward nods as they approach, and all go awkwardly stand on the elevator as they make their way down. I mean, sorry, go down the staircase.
Right. As they will.
Sorry, having flashbacks.
They all say bye to each other and then wait at the elevator together.
Trying not to make eye contact.
Most of them make their way down the staircase. You see that as they all leave, and the double doors are opened yet again, pretty much all of them are immediately joined by bodyguards as they make their way off. Of course, Lord Protector, Open Lord, Neverember. Remember, that is 2 titles because he's ruler of 2 cities.
Oh, jeez.
He's ruler of both.
This man.
Some of them don't. Suristaval and Terran Hornblade stay behind. Romalia leaves, and she gestures to all of you with a very, very solid look of "we'll talk soon," but she has to go. And Onthar cheers you all, corks the wine himself. And
I want to give him a high five on the way out.
Me too.
I'm man.
If high fives anybody, just high five all. The other ones, the dwarf king and the elf king, very awkwardly make their way out, talking the least, and just sort of going out. Actually, the first one out of the room, I should have mentioned first, is the Lon Winterhound from the Emerald Enclave. As soon as the council is adjourned, he basically bolts. He's out of there.
Thessia looks after, like, wait.
That guy sucked.
The ones who stay behind are, of course, the slowest of the bunch. Terran Hornblade, the elderly man, and Suristaval, who you see very clearly walks with a cane and a limp. And as he gets up and he moves away from council table, you can see what appear to be scars on his leg. And Florence, even if you haven't heard the legends of Suristaval, you would know very clearly that there's only one kind of beast that makes scars that deep and that wide. Dragons. But as he slowly makes his way away, Terran Hornblade, the spice bottle in hand, goes up and actually comes over to all of you and doesn't awkwardly exit.
Yes, I'm excited.
And he goes up and he says, "Nice to meet all of your acquaintance. Sorry if this isn't the right time, but you're Miss Blundyth, aren't you?"
Yes, I am.
Yes, I knew your father. Actually, I have a confession to make. I know people have always told stories of how many potions of longevity that I drink in order to stay alive all these 100 years and such, but I'm the one who gave him that contract to I gave them the money to start that project, and I apologize for your loss. I know it's a very difficult thing, but your father was a very dedicated man, and he thought that it would help all humanity, and have us all journey forward into the immortal together. So
There's no need to apologize, Lord Wanderer.
And then he pats you on the shoulder and goes, your father would be proud to see you here. Keep up the good work, alright? The old man makes his way away.
Also, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, because I'm your real daddy. No, I'm just kidding.
It's only a hat, though.
Scarred, retired adventurer. So he goes, well, seems that we'll all be seeing a lot of each other, huh?
So, an adventurer to a leader. How did you land that spot?
Oh, it's a long story, but being a purple dragon knight, I got sent out of Cormia to do all this adventuring business, and well, I made my way to Daggerford and settled myself there. There's been quite a power stir up with them for quite a while. The various ladies and lords and all the such going missing, disappearing and all, and well, I was the only one that happened to stick around, and well, I had to stick around, given he just gestures vaguely to his, even though it's covered up, very torn up leg. Had to eventually settle down and retire, unfortunately. As much as I'd like to be out there myself, doing the business, things don't get much easier. But I'm just happy to see that, we've got more enterprising young people taking up the mantle to tackle the threats. Wasn't too long ago that I just contracted another adventuring group, not unlike your own, a while back, a couple of years ago. Sent them out on this grand quest to do things, and they were quite astonishing. They cleared out the devils that had taken over Dragonspear Castle, and it was quite wonderful. So maybe you'll live up to their reputation, huh?
Maybe.
Yes, but best of luck to you. I must have to go see the clerics, and but hopefully I will see you all around sometime soon. Hey.
You're heading to church?
Yes.
Actually, Rudy might join you.
May I join you?
Right, of course. You're a fellow worshipper, are you not?
And get rid of the... Rudy, get rid of the sword!
I'm gonna get rid of it.
Get rid of the sword.
Very well. Well, if you'd like, I'd be more than happy for you to accompany me. I have a carriage waiting outside. Hope you don't mind. I might be a little slow.
A carriage? Did you hear that? I'm gonna look at the rest of the group.
What's like, enjoy.
I've never been in a carriage before, like to transport me.
As you're talking, Isteval is making his way, but he is moving rather slowly, so just...
Very right. So you just kind of a couple steps.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over to him. I'm like, sir, this isn't to insult you or disrespect you at all, but would you like me to carry you down the stairs?
Oh, it is a fine offer, lass, truly, but, unfortunately, a little too many people know me here, so to be carried down the stairs might be a little bit too much for my reputation, I think.
Well, at least let me help you down.
I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, be seeing you all.
Well, you're just gonna put his arm around her, and just kind of she's gonna put her arm around his waist, and she's just gonna kind of pick him up, just the tiniest bit. And she's just gonna walk him down the stairs.
Yeah, and he very graciously accepts and limps down the stairs with you holding him.
But he's like just hovering, so he's just being dragged.
Oh yeah, you
as-
bear like half his weight or so.
With that, you descend down the stairs, and the rest of you eventually make your way out of the Palace of Waterdeep.
So
What adventures lie before you? The new Bad Idea Squad, as they
Waterdeep?
have
It's
become-
Thessia's birthday.
It's Thessia's birthday. It is also almost midnight, so I think it is a good time. Even though there is, of course, more stuff to do here on the 15th of Marpanoth, and there's a lot of book work to do as well. We will end the session there and pick it up in less than a week.
Oh yeah, on Tuesday.
on Tuesday. But thank you guys
So
for
Tuesday. So shopping episode, everybody.
Shopping!
Of course.
Virgin episode.
It wouldn't be a day back in the city if you
Religious
all
episode.
didn't go back to to shopping. So thank you guys for
Right.
joining me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the Council of Waterdeep. Congratulations on not getting arrested, and I will see you all soon. Have a good night, and goodbye.
Goodbye.